Jehovah, we will thank you. In Jesus' name I pray, believing and trusting. Amen.
A round of applause for our volunteer. So we'll have a brief recap, then we can go into the first panel. I want to check if all the counties are here, because there's a special request to swap the panels. If not, we'll check after the recap just to make sure they're here. Then we can start with the panel on it says here, advancing devolution for inclusive development, strengthening devolution for accelerated implementation of the SDGs. But we'll get a confirmation from the Council of Governors. I know Jen, I can't see her here, but I hope she'll be in the room by the time we are done with the recap. Beryl, are you covering the recap? Karibu sana. So you can introduce yourself and then cover the recap. I want to check if there's a new face also. We want to welcome somebody who arrived last evening, yesterday, didn't get a chance to introduce themselves. Anybody? Don't want to leave anyone behind. Yes.
Yeah, so thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Prof. Muliaro, we do a lot of amazing work with him, data and AI. Over to you, Beryl.
Good morning. Yes, so my name is Beryl Adhiambo Ooko. So I'm just going to give like a small recap of how our conversations went yesterday. And I'd like to say that I was happy because I'm doing the report, and I was happy that a lot of call to actions came out, recommendations also came out, and action steps. So, so in the morning we had conversations on inclusive growth and development in Kenya, and Vivian Nyakangi from, I think, was it UNICEF? Yeah, so she spoke to us about that rural households experience high poverty, especially large households and those with children, which are more likely to be poor. So I was wondering, that data was very interesting to me because most households have children. So I don't know if all households are poor because we have kids, and some of us who don't have kids and we are not rich yet. So where's the line? And then her call to action emphasized the need to design fiscal policies that reduce inequality and expand and strengthen cash transfer programs. And then we also had Josephine, who focused more on gender-based analysis. And so for her call to action was that medium-term reviews, they present a key opportunity to advance gender budgeting and ensure that the budget processes respond to gender-specific needs and gaps. Then we Titus came and talked about inclusive growth and development agenda for older persons. And this conversation, it carried on all the way to the evening, because I remember Prof got so angry that people who are 70 years old, they're left behind, until he walked out. So there was also a note that most older people in Kenya are women. And so the recommendation, I think, from one of the panelists was that they're trying to look for how to extend the lifespan of men in Kenya. There was also, they're doing civil advocacy to bring out the older persons bill of 2025, and there was also a note that now with the UN convention and things like that, older people are being kind of being seen and focused. And one of the reforms that Aging Concern is doing is that they are actually empowering older people in terms of like the legal empowerment and ensuring that they are directly into global advocacy. And then Elijah Bonyo talked about people-powered progress. He mentioned a lot of reports, audit reports, sector reports. He did the budget proposals, and I hope we are aligned with those reports. There were references from 3 counties, Makueni, Homa Bay, and Taita Taveta, of how they've been able to engage citizen feedback. And then, we acknowledged the launch of the SDGs website, and so I hope we are kind of interacting with it as we are still here. And then Prof. Wainaina talked about the essence of food security. And so for me, I wanted to see if that guy or the lady who was wearing the instant noodles t-shirt is still here. So amekuja na maybe maize meal, something more nutritious. So the calls to action for that were that we should invest in value addition within the agricultural value sector, and then we should discourage children from eating, instant foods that are cooked within 3 minutes, and let's just value nutritious food and locally available foods. And then we also, there is let the government invest in water reserves, dams, to support food production, and also like drought-resistant livestock breeds. And then Imelda talked about the climate action, climate change, resilience, adaptation, financing mechanisms. So there was, the conversations about what are some of our innovative approaches. And in this space, I think we need to have more conversations, because what I noticed is not so much came out in terms of the recommendations. There's still gaps and loopholes in this area. So I think with the forum or the planning committee, if there can be a follow-up conversation probably next year on the issue of climate change, so that we can try to seal the gaps and the loopholes. And then the last session was partnership and collaborations. We are all in the room. Let's change our mindset. Let's have an open mind to collaborations and partnerships. All ideas have been thought about, so the best way to implement them is to collaborate and partner. And yes, that is what we talked about yesterday. Unless anybody has something burning that they want to add, then I can, with your direction, Davis.
Thank you so much, Beryl. Any other reflections from yesterday? I knew Sadiki would say something. Who else has something to say? And there was a very important point that Chokera made, that we are skirting around the elephant in the room. It would be nice for you to repeat that. But somebody was telling me Well, nobody told me, I just thought. But the best way to deflate around a controversial topic is that the most innovative financing mechanism we can have in this country is to curb corruption, waste, and ineptitude. Let me pause there. I'll come back to that point. Where is Okanda? Because I need him to say something. I can't see him here.
Thank you so much again. My name is Ridwan Sadiki from Taita Taveta. What I wanted us to weigh in is on during partnerships, there is, we heard from Florence Uvuo that in partnership and collaboration, we need to have heavy lifting. That when you are in partnership with your colleagues, you don't become a parasite. Of course, I also wanted to stress on matters development partners coordination framework. This one I have been talking about many times, and I still talk about it in future, that we need to have a development partners coordination framework which will help partners to bring together their technical expertise and technical resources together so that they can maximize on reducing duplication of programs and projects on the ground. And the other area which I also wanted to talk about is funding is really dwindling, and we need to have our local or rather homegrown solutions in terms of resource mobilization. Then my thinking was with the civil societies which are here, is there a way we can have a common basket for civil society fund at local level? Because sometimes you work with a partner on the ground. When you have an activity, the partner says, I'm supporting the county government or national government, but you are still within the peer of civil society, but someone tells you will support the county government so that they can support you. Sometimes it loses balance. So there is that need for us to have this civil society common fund at local level so that we can be able to support the younger CBOs, the younger non-governmental organizations who are coming up so that they can be within the civic space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sadiki. Chokera, anything from?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jemima Kutata, Kenya Network of Girls and Women with Disability and the Association for the Physically Disabled of Kenya. When they talked about the climate change, it came out clearly that there is no emergency responsive for the most marginalized people. And there was a recommendation like if we could collect harvest, the rain harvest can really help, because like in Kenya, we have been talking about floods. Every time, especially in coasts, whenever we have rains, we have floods in coast region. What are we doing about it? So it's high time we think on how we are going to curb the issues of climate change. And this is a collective issue. It's not just for the county government, national government. It's for all of us to think, how are we going to do it in our places? Thank you.
Excellent.
I actually was not to say anything, but let me. Oh, sorry. My name is Julius Chokera from the UN Resident Coordinator's Office. Maybe if you look at our country, it's a very interesting scenario because, especially, I'm following up from where my sisters just talked about the issues of climate change and all that. When it rains, we cry. When it is, when the drought comes, we cry louder. So when is this country really going to say that we have put now structures and strategies to ensure that actually this is so that we can be able to address those challenges? And that now brings me to the fact that their resources actually emergency resources, and that ties also with the supplementary budget, because money is also reprogrammed to address those emergencies. And reprogramming, the first casualty is development budget. Whether it is from the donors, whether it is from the government, it is reprogrammed to go to address the emergencies. And that is where now we have the avenues for resource leakages, name it. Now, I don't want to call it corruption, because that is, of course it is corruption, but we say it resource leakages. The fact remains that as long as we are not going to address the aspect of governance, around governance and around the resources which are there, we will have everything, but the resource leakages, that aspect of the corruption will definitely, we will not be able to move an inch as long as that aspect has not been addressed. Second, we all, it's common knowledge that when the Americans killed the USA, the number of people who have been affected, not only in Kenya, it's world over. But then, apart from that, we have seen increasingly the other development partners. Like I think in Netherlands, they cut 80%, and I think of their development budget, and of their aid. Come 2027, I think there is nothing. There will be nothing. What does this mean? It means that we need to focus on domestic resource mobilization. And that is, we definitely have to, there is no two way about it. Whether the civil society, my brother here, civil society, when we are talking about getting resources at the local level, yeah, it is good to be able to do that, but it needs to increasingly bring in the private sector, because that is where the money is. The innovative ways of bringing the private sector. To expect money from outside, I think it is going to be very tough going forward. Thank you.
And on the subject of domestic resource mobilization, just introduce yourself, Okanda, then you can make your comment.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Eugene Okanda. I serve as the Kenya United Nations Youth Representative under the SDGs Kenya Forum. And yesterday I was a bit disappointed by the last panel we had on financing and partnerships. It is so sad that you can have a panel for all that amount of time and not discuss the puncture of corruption in this country. Just the other day, if you go to the ESCC portal, they say that Kenya loses 243 billion every year on illicit financial flows. That's a whole amount of money. And I think that's one of the punctures if we talk about progress and how to making sure that these sustainable development goals are actually achieved. I don't know what we need to do, especially in terms of the issues of corruption. But I've not seen as a country we are keen on handling corrupt leaders. In fact, we elect them, we re-elect them, and we look forward even to electing them in the future. The other issue also is that I also wanted to comment on from yesterday's conversation is the issue of these changes in government. You find that just within the past 3 years, I think the cabinet has been changed like how many times? 3 times. So someone gets into an office within over a few minutes, okay, after a few minutes is ambitious. You find that they have been shifted to another ministry. The other day, I remember when we went to meet Murkomen when he was the CS for Ministry of Youth Affairs. He promised us there's an election for the National Youth Council. We have set aside budgets and all that. When this other CS comes in, he doesn't even have an idea of what is going on. And I think those issues, they continue to make this, the rest to 2030. I don't know what we really need to discuss on how to handle these issues. And the buck will always fall on the young people. These are the generation that are going to pay the ultimate cost for the decisions that we are making now And it's so sad that this is actually happening. So possibly, maybe we needed to have someone from the ESCC as part of the panelists to get a feedback from them, even on how much we lose. The other day, the last president, the former president, said Kenya loses 2 billion every day. The other day, Ndindi Nyoro said Kenya is borrowing 3.5 billion every day. I mean, those are not just figures. Those are monies that are impacting the common mwananchi. And I think as stakeholders, we need to really up our game on how we are going to handle these punctures that are continuing to deflate our progress towards 2030. I thank you.
I was told I don't walk to the back. Now I'm here. Any last reflection from the back here?
Thank you very much. My name is David Busene, the National Steering Committee Chair for FLOCA and Inclusive Dialogue. And our rapporteur said she didn't capture something on climate change, and that worries me because there was a very serious discussion on the fact that we need to invest in adaptation and resilience, because that's what actually FLOCA is about, by improving agriculture, diversifying economies, and adopting climate-smart agriculture. It came out in our discussion. And just to add, something that we just mentioned in passing is that we should transition to clean energy sources.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Like solar and wind, and we should also enhance our action plans, especially the national ones, and seek international support through climate finance and technology sharing. I think that came out in our discussion very strongly yesterday. So if it wasn't captured, it's worrying us.
I hope it was captured in detail. Yeah, no, the challenge with the recap is you don't run through everything again, right? Because we'll need an extra day to run through the recap and then proceed with the day's proceedings. Jenna, your panel is here. Fantastic, because I would like to start with your panel. There's a special request from the moderator of the proceeding panel. So let's have the last word here at the front. And then I'll give a chance to, I've seen some new faces. Just to introduce yourself, and then we can kick off the program.
Okay, my name is Poriot, and from the State Department for Immigration and Citizen Services. But my point is not about where I come from, where I work. Yesterday we were talking about food sufficiency, or the goal number 2. And we have had the talk from, let's say, just immediately after independence, where we had a sessional paper number 10 that focused on putting resources where the productivity is high. Now, we consider Kenya, actually statistically, that 80% is arid and semi-arid. And if we have been putting resources in the 20% of the country, what happens to the 80%? Because we are focusing so much, doing the same thing 60 years, and we are still crying food security. What plan do we have for the 80% of the land area? And we are actually, everyone who talks to development knows that urbanization is real in developing countries. The rate of urbanization is very high. And people are coming from those rural places to the cities, and then coming to starve in the cities. And we learned this during the COVID, that people were being sent food by their parents and relatives back at home. And the people who are here today, most of them don't even have any engagements or whatever back in the rural places. So my call is that a prof said yesterday, water is our problem, but water to the 80% or the 20% of our land area. That is my point.
Excellent. Thank you for everyone, and let's give them a round of applause. Watch out for the podium. Let me just give the mic to the new faces in the room to quickly introduce themselves, and then we can proceed with the panel. I'll call you shortly. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Bashir Hussein. I work with Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, National Statistical System Coordination, which means I coordinate every statistics that is produced within the country. Thank you.
Including citizen-generated data. And there's somebody here from my county. I don't know if he's brought something from home.
Yes, good morning, everybody. This is George Siguta from my friend's county, that is Vihiga, county number 038. Mrembe Bosi. That is peace, that is what I've brought.
Karibu sana Siguta, it's good to see you. So Jen, you can make your way to the front so we can kick us off with a panel on devolution. We'll be talking about advancing devolution for inclusive development, strengthening devolution for accelerated implementation of the SDGs. After that, we'll have the panel discussion on harnessing technology and digital transformation for the SDGs. I hope the State Department for ICT is here and digital economy. Office of the Data Protection is here. Safaricom, civil society, the Youth Sounding Board, Airtel, KNBS Data Science. Respectively, please prepare yourselves. That will be moderated by the ICT authority. Karibu sana Jan, introduce yourself, introduce the panel, and take it out from here.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Okay, my name is Jane Gidui. I'm an economist in the county government of Mombasa. I'm sitting in for COG. I'm not COG, but I'm part of COG because I'm part of the 47 county governments. My colleagues, kindly come over. I think our panel is going to be different. I'll be moderating my colleagues. I was supposed to be part of the panel, but since COG is not here, the county SDGs, Siguta and colleagues, kindly come over. As my colleagues come over, I have a word for the young people here. I work in Mombasa, and we are usually told that ujana ni moshi, sindio? So if you are 20 today, 10 years from today, you'll be 30. So I think for us, what we need to do as we come up with policies and programs, we need to ensure that we are making inclusive programs. Because when we keep on talking about the youth, which is a good thing, today you'll be a youth, but 10 years from today, we don't want to come up with programs that are discriminatory. We need to come up with programs that are all inclusive, not only for the youth, they should also be for the men, for the women, for the elderly, for people living with disability, so that all of us fits into our various programs. I will bring in our colleagues. I think we are missing one. I will bring in our colleagues as we introduce ourselves. So as we introduce ourselves, I will want our colleagues to tell us how the county, what impact has devolution brought in SDGs implementation at the county level to start us up. So as you introduce yourself, kindly give us the impact that SDG implementation has brought, what devolution has brought in SDGs implementation in the county level. Start from that corner, madam.
Good morning. Good morning once again. My name is Mercy Nyakangi, Principal Research and Development Officer working with the County Government of Kakamega under the Economic Planning and Investment Unit. I'm glad to be part of this panel today discussing what devolution has and especially what SDG has done at the county government level. For the county government of Kakamega through the SDGs, now we have integrated SDG reporting into the county development plans and coordinating frameworks within the county government. For now, we have SDGs as being part of the annual development plans, which come down to the budgeting documents. That is, we have them also in the county integrated development plans. And through the devolution, we are now able to voluntarily report on SDG, the milestones that we have done at the county level. And this we do in coordination with the citizens and the stakeholders, both the CSOs and the private sector within the county. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Amani Bawata from the County Government of Tana River. I'm responsible for budget and economic planning. And I'm glad to be part of this panel just to respond on the impact of devolution on SDGs implementation. So first is to note that, in my view, counties have helped in terms of, boosting awareness across, the various units on the matter SDGs. So it's not just a discussion that happens at national level, it's a discussion that happens at those subnational levels. So awareness is one of the things that we have contributed to. The second, and my colleague has mentioned it, is then devolution has afforded an opportunity to mainstream SDGs in plans at the lower level. So when we look at the CIDPs, the ADPs, and some of it flows into the reports that we do. We have to demonstrate in the various interventions, how do we contribute to the implementation of SDGs. So I will point out those two and allow my colleagues to say the rest. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Joel Akaule. I'm the SDG champion for West Pokot County. Also the head of monitoring and evaluation in the county government. Thank you for that. For the question posed about the devolution. As a county, we have measured more on 8 sectors, that is in increasing of access to safe drinking water through a lot of interventions in terms of drilling of boreholes and increasing the water supply to various households. Secondly, in addressing the issue of food security, the county has focused a lot in terms of subsidies of the issue of seeds to the farmers, and also vaccination of animals across the county to ensure the county is disease-free. Since we are also targeting to have an aperture to run, that's one of the targets that we trying to address. Another point of view is the issue of health services have improved so much through intervention of several dispensaries across the several wards, and also increasing having a level 6 hospital, which is a referral in the county. Also upgrading the level 4 hospital, sub-county hospital to level 4 through a lot of interventions. So actually, that is the area that has really shown some positive deviation basing on devolution factors. And the issue of unsourced revenue, which was very low during our time, currently there are a lot of intervention that has been done, which actually increased our unsourced revenue. If I can remember, it was 38 million during the start, and currently we are at 228 million, meaning there is a lot of positive deviation that has been seen in terms of devolution address. Another point of view is accessibility. There is a lot of accessibility that's been meant through maintenance of roads and ensuring that there is a lot of transportation, quick issues of emergency from the local or from that village level to the to town, and to ensure the issue of market accessibility, the issue of emergency like ambulances have been addressed nicely. Literacy level also has been done very well in terms of addressing the literacy level, whereby the ECDE has been measured so much through our labor-based programs, whereby a lot of project management committee was set in place, and a lot of intervention has been done for that. So for that, thank you so much for the brief remarks. Thank you.
Makweni. Good morning, everybody. My name is Charity Mumo from Makweni County. Thank you for this opportunity. And I think my colleagues have said quite a lot. So for me, I'll sort of summarize in terms of what we understand that the devolution has brought services down to the people. And so right now we are not at a place of separating devolution and SDGs, because we have integrated the implementation of SDGs in the 14 functions that have been devolved into the county governments. And these functions are actually part of what the counties are mandated to do. So when you look across the functions of the county government and you look at all the 17 goals, you'll find that it is a function of the counties have a role to play in terms of implementation. And so what devolution came to do, it came to also accelerate the localization of these SDGs. It brought the awareness to the communities. Right now you have communities that are participating at the lower level. We also have integrated implementation between county government and the community, the CSOs, different stakeholders. So what the devolution has done is actually accelerate the localization and the implementation of SDGs. So we have seen a lot of inclusivity that has come up in terms of SDGs because of the county governments. We are seeing also a bit more of the accountability because of the increased awareness, and also the extension or the devolving of these services to the common mwananchi. So thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Franklin Muganda from Vihiga County. I am an economist as well as a climate change M&E officer. And I'm glad to be part of the panelists. And to address the issue of devolution in terms of accelerating implementation of SDGs, yesterday I had a conversation with one of the attaches who is inside this room. And it was in regards with how these counties are implementing SDGs. And I told him each department has its mandate. And in implementing mandate of each department, you are simply implementing SDGs. That was the simplest way I could put it. So SDG is not strange. And like somebody put it, the issue of streamlining SDGs in our planning in the county government of Vihiga, the third generation CIDP was premised on a 10 points agenda, which was governor's agenda. And if you look at this agenda, most of them are tackling issues of SDGs that are applicable to Vihiga County. So in the impact that devolution has had on acceleration of implementation of SDGs, you realize that in 2013, the Human Development Index for, let's say, Vihiga was really low. So many interventions, thanks to devolution, have been put in place, and we can now speak of the Human Development Index being improving to up to 0.5 as compared to 0.52 nationally, according to KNBS, which is a good improvement that we can attribute to the issue of devolution. And if you look at all these goals that are applicable to counties, you realize that even the health SDG, the goal, there are so many indicators that are being at least recorded as improving. And we just to give an example is the issue of the immunization coverage. You realize that even in the county, especially Vihiga County, according to DHA's report that was released the other year, we had an immunization coverage of 96%, which is quite an improvement. And this is just geared towards all the initiatives that the county government is implementing towards the health sector. And again, even to education, the issues of enrollment rates have improved as compared to what was being recorded in 2013. The ECD enrollment rate and the TVET enrollment rate is also improving, and so many other things in terms of education. And to just come to my conclusion, if you look at the poverty levels, initially in the county we were having a poverty level of 63%. And due to implementation of poor interventions and initiatives, this poverty level has also reduced. So devolution has really played a great part of improving implementation of these SDGs in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Vihiga. Maybe just to summarize what my colleagues have said, we all agree that counties are at the center of the Kenya SDG success, as we are the front line of service delivery and the closest to the communities. Devolution has significantly accelerated SDGs implementation at the county level by localizing decision making, improving service delivery, as my colleagues have said, promoting inclusivity and targeting marginalized populations in the counties. However, its full potential has been constrained. We still have some capacity gaps, funding challenges, and intergovernmental coordination issues, and also some local political dynamics. So for us to be able to work together and to be able to accelerate SDGs implementation, still something and a lot needs to be done so that we strengthen the county capacity, enhance coordination, and ensure sustainable financing. Going back to you, Vihiga, again, I would want you to tell us how the county governments can strengthen multi-stakeholder partnership to accelerate localized SDGs implementation.
Thank you for the question. And I'll go directly to respond to it. And multi-stakeholder engagement is very key in terms of implementing these SDGs. And I believe we just need to engage all the stakeholders in these. Remember the spirit of leaving no one behind. So the best way we can approach this is to try and understand what these stakeholders have as their goals and their objectives. In the county, remember, we have those localized stakeholders, and we just need to engage them and understand what exactly do they do and what exactly do they expect about us in terms of engaging together. And this can be realized by having a stakeholder engagement and even mapping them, using even the levels of their interest in several activities and projects that can be implemented in the county, and their influence towards the same. We just need to understand that. And the moment we understand that, we can enhance the issue of multi-stakeholder collaboration. And also in implementing these projects that are partnered with the stakeholders, we also need to enhance the issue of trust. When we are engaging these stakeholders, we just need to build trust between we, the government, and the stakeholders, so that when we are given tasks, we just do according to how we had agreed and achieve the objectives that we intended to achieve. And the other issue is just the issue of monitoring the outcomes together. We just include these stakeholders in our planning and even in our implementation of some of the SDGs, or if not all of the SDGs. We just bring them on board and make them be part and parcel of the implementation of these SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We have various economic blocks in the counties, and Amani from Tana River, how can the inter-county collaboration and the regional economic blocks enhance service delivery and SDGs alignment?
Thank you, Jen. And you're right to say that we have several economic blocks. We have the Jumuiya ya Counties of Pwani, which brings together the coastal counties. Worth noting is that all these regional blocks or regional economic blocks have something in common. So if you talk about the coastal counties, it's the agenda around the coast. For others, there could be something else. I also appreciate that there is some inter-county collaboration. It may not be formalized, but we know that through the COG, there are times that particular counties coalesce around a particular matter. But the third thing I would want to note is that while there are lots of interventions to, or initiatives to bring together counties, I feel like the collaboration between the two levels of government is not as strong as what happens amongst counties. So as we think about SDGs acceleration, implementation, then we may need to focus how do we, for example, build the capacity, or transfer capacity between the two levels of government. So some of the things that I will note here is, and my colleague has talked about, joint monitoring or monitoring outcomes together. I will stretch that to even thinking of particular interventions that can be carried out jointly amongst counties to boost, specific goals where there's underperformance. So, for example, the JKP counties could come together and look at issues climate change or issues energy, and that inter-county collaboration can help in terms of building synergies. We could consider, advocacy platforms, and I'm really glad that the counties are part of this multi-stakeholder, conference. But this can be taken to lower levels, where, for instance, a particular regional economic bloc can agree on a position on a particular goal. So those are things that I'm considering: joint programming and advocacy platforms. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think for the members here, for example, in Mombasa County, we don't have source of water, fresh water, despite us having the ocean. So you can imagine if we didn't have inter-county collaboration or connections. We get our water from Kwale and Kilifi counties, the fresh water that we have in Mombasa County. So I agree that the inter-county collaboration and also the national government, county government collaboration is very important. Coming to Akaule from West Pokot, how can counties strengthen citizen participation, transparency, and accountability to ensure inclusive SDGs implementation?
Thank you for that question. As you understand, or in form of reference, West Pokot County was ranked the best in transparency and accountability in 2022 and also in 2024. I'll highlight some few areas that can make the issue of SDG implementation to be more transparent and citizen engaged. And one of the area of concern is having institutionalized and public participation frameworks. This can be done through word-based forums Like for instance, in West Pokot County, we conduct public participation per ward and ensure all villages are represented and all groups are also represented. Another point of view is having an inclusive participation. Inclusive participation whereby all the marginalized wards, all the marginalized groups, all the representation of stakeholders, including the people with disability, the youth, the women, and the elderly. And as you, for information, we are having Council of Elders for West Pokot County, which is very key in terms of making decisions for budget implementation planning processes. So that can make a very cool approach, and also having an affirmative actions to the affected areas, like marginalized areas. Another point is having capacities, building a lot of capacity building. This in reference to our county, and I think to other counties, we have local radios whereby we use local languages to tell our people what they are supposed to do in terms of setting priorities, in terms of making decisions at that lower level of devolutions, and ensure all the SDG goals are taken care of and considered during the priority processes and even tracking process, which is very key. The issue of strengthening approach of development partners, the CSOs, the FBOs, which are very key in terms of ensuring inclusive and participation together across the counties, are very, very important. And leveraging the digital platforms, which is very important. At the lower levels, there is a lot of WhatsApp groups which have been created for communication, and there is something which is an emerging issue to be addressed. Those platforms have been very key, and data collection tools such as ODK, which we are embracing, ODK Collect, whereby we set a very simple tool for data collection, and you can analyze that using those people who can be able to learn, read and write, and having also share systems, which are very key for collecting of data. So even tracking the places that they are, where there is the intervention is taking place, we are encouraging that one and implementing to various level of interventions. Just mentioned but a few. M&D system is also one of the areas that we have strengthened, having a dashboard in place, and ensuring it is a public whereby everybody can access and see the kind of status of the implementation which is taking place. And we developed that one recently. We are yet to launch. On the part of transparency, and we are using open data, whereby we share through website, the county website. All the reports, the SDG, the VLR, are shared in the county website. All the implementation, both quarterly and annual reports, even the midterm report, are shared in the website, whereby everybody can access and make analysis from it, which is a very open area for sharing the information. Even feedback mechanism, the feedback mechanism, I've been impressed very much, whereby we set the feedback mechanism for the public to make their remarks, make their comments, make their complaint, and ensure things are addressed appropriately at the lower level. During the planning process, which is very crucial, the planning and budgeting process, aligning of the priorities from the public is done transparently, whereby all the public participation reports are shared. Even if you can access the West Pokot County website, you can see the public participation reports, whereby whatever we collected from those local people, we just prepare them and share them in public, and ensure they are in line with the budget process. 80% of those public participation reports are adopted in the budget process, meaning that is the high percentage of ensuring that what the community is saying has been done. Also, having close monitoring, very close monitoring and tracking of interventions, as improves the transparency, whereby the community has given chance to own the project. They want to make decision to own the project. During the start of devolution, we saw that was a gap whereby the county where they want to make decisions, and when the project is completed, the community say that's a project for the county, and we saw it was a very serious gap. After embracing and having a public participation together, they created ownership. At the end of the completion, the community were able to own the project and say, we have the chairperson, we have the secretary, and in case of anything, they take part in that project. It is very key in terms of that. Strengthening the access to information is also very important, whereby according to the Implementation Act, Implementing Access to Information Act 2016, this is very key, whereby access to information is very important through use of simple methods such as suggestion boxes for the county, whereby you have a symbol. We have a forum, by the way, a Facebook page, whereby in case there is a complaint or there is something like that, it's an open forum whereby you can have a Facebook and share some key areas or a complaint or something like that. Then the leadership can take charge on that. On part of accountability, strengthening the oversight between the county assembly and the county executive. It is very important, whereby we strengthen both the level of the legislation and the executive are very strong. During the participation, they are involved, especially the chairperson for various committee and the various clerks for the subcommittees. And the procurement process is very open to ensure things are opened. Procurement process. Also, a very person from very low can know what is this procurement process taking place, how to do the implementation of how can I apply for a supply of something. So it is embraced up to the law level. So which is very important. The only gap that we have recently seen is the emerging issue of the EGP, which is we are here to get the awareness and strengthened on that, whereby the community are not aware of what is happening and all about it. Another thing is building trust and social cohesion. Thank you for that. A lot of explanation. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Going back to you, Charity from Makueni, data continues to be an issue. So how can we strengthen the data systems to track SDG progress and guide investment decisions? Briefly.
All right, thank you, moderator. I think the importance of data cannot be overemphasized, and data is important for decision making. And even in the counties, data statistics, they play quite a crucial role in decision making. So for the counties, we have different systems of data collection. I'll give a case for Makueni. Makueni County has been consistent in producing the county statistical abstracts, and currently we are preparing the 7th edition. So in terms of data, it has helped us in terms of reporting, even in the indicators of the SDGs, in terms of checking with the consistency, where have we been, where are we going. So the production of these statistics has been very essential, and we have been working in collaboration with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the KNBS, which we have an MOU with. We also have had partnerships, including the SDG Kenya Forum, who are actually supporting us in terms of disaggregating the gender statistics, which are crucial for the SDGs, Agenda 5. We also have the citizen-generated data. We're working on a strategy to help us see how we can maximize on the citizen-generated data. We also work in partnership with the CSOs, other NGOs, the community, even getting data from the community. So you'll find we have different mechanisms of how we can get data from the different data sources, the different data producers. And I think if we establish critical data systems, put in place structures that we can have credible data, this will be very essential in us to track the implementation of the SDGs and the indicators. We also have an indicators handbook as a county, which we developed after the CIDP. And this one has actually helped us to track where we are going. And it helps us even in having the evidence that we need to justify which indicators we are doing well for the SDGs, which ones we need to improve, and which ones we need to deal better with. So I think counties need to also strengthen for the counties that have not been working on their CSA, I'd urge them to put effort, because this is a very important document and a process that helps in the data availability for the counties. Thank you.
Thank you, Charity. Going to you, Mercy from Kakamega. What reforms or investments are needed to enhance county institutional capacity for SDGs delivery? Can you give us a few briefly?
Thank you for that question. What reforms are needed to enhance county institutional capacity for SDG reporting and for us to attain the race to 2030? I'm glad that most of my colleagues have mentioned something towards that. For me, I have 3 reforms that I feel as counties, as partners in this room, that we can work on and enhance our race to 2030. The first one, especially for counties, I'm talking for counties, but also for partners and stakeholders in the room, is fit for purpose data. My colleague from Makueni has just spoken about data, and we have had this notion of departments, of partners working in silos, not working together. A recent case is when the USAID, most of the funding from the USAID was withdrawn. You find that, let me just give this example, you find that a health dispensary or a health hospital, a health department was using USAID funded platform for data. And when that aid is withdrawn or is cut, you no longer have access to that data or that information. That is something that happened to counties, if not our county, most of the counties, who you find that most of the data is being hosted by partners and not co-owned by the counties. And you also find that if you don't have a strong data system, you're not able to measure whatever you're doing. So that is my first reform, or my first point, having data, strong data system that are also fit for purpose. You can have a lot of data, but you're not using them, or you're not utilizing that data. And I'm glad what KNBS is doing and what other counties are doing. The CSA, I'm still on the point of data. Coming up with the county statistical abstract is a key thing to harmonizing your data, because this is a tool that is able, that cuts across all sectors, be it agriculture, be it health. And I'm glad that Kakamega County did the first, the inaugural county statistical abstract with the help of KNBS. And this also takes me to the second point, that is having strong partnerships. You find that most of our counties, or most of the projects that we intend to work on, which are also SDG driven, because every project is behind it, there is an SDG target or indicator. You find that we depend mostly from the exchequer, and as always, funds are not enough. So for us to fill in the resource gap that is there to ensure that the projects that we are building for the people are being implemented is coming up with strong partnerships. And for Kakamega County, for instance, it has the investment arm of the county government that goes out to resource mobilize, to create partnerships. That is also in collaboration with the resource mobilization and partnership unit that is at the county, that is hosted under the office of the governor. So strong partnerships, and this has helped us come up with, have private sector investors investing in county-driven projects. One project, for instance, that we have done for the past year, we have the maize milling plant. It was on the CIDP, it has been on the ADP, but because the money being funded by the government is not enough to come up with the plant, we do the PPPs with private sector investors. And with that, we were able to launch the Foca Feeds maize milling plant. We also have we had an investment on waste to organic fertilizer plant by Sanaji Collaborative in Kakamega County. We are also onboarding a renewable energy plant producing energy from the natural resources that we have at the county, that is rivers, water, and with this we are able to close up the gap that is there to fulfill the Bangabo project. Remember also that we cannot, you cannot measure the impact of what you cannot measure. And lastly, to my last point on the reforms or investment that are needed, I've already spoken from the second point. From strong partnerships, we are able to enhance financing. We talk about financing, but we also need to come up with innovative ways that we don't purely depend on aid that comes, but we come up with innovative ways to be able to get financing for the projects that we intend to do. Thank you. Let me not talk more.
Yeah, I agree with you. And counties need to come up with innovative financing tools to ensure that we are able to close the funding gaps of the SDGs. Amongst them, maybe we should explore the county infrastructure boards. Most counties are undertaking PPPs for healthcare, energy, and waste management. Even in Mombasa County, we have one for waste management. We also have to come up with blended finance mechanisms. Also, the issues of climate financing is very key, and we need to digitize our revenue systems so that we are able to increase our OSR to be able to implement most of the SDGs. Remaining with you, Mercy, as we wind up, what is your take on SDGs reporting through voluntary record reviews, and how is it shaping policy on SDGs acceleration? Just a few words on that.
Oh, thank you for that. VLR, this is one of the ways that we can come up with data. I can give an example of Kakamega County. We were involved in the VLR 2024 that led to the national voluntary reporting, which culminated in the high-level forum in New York. So from the VLR, we were able to engage citizens and all the stakeholders and partners working within Kakamega County. It's one of the platforms that ensured we were able, initially we were not able to know we have practical action doing what we have. There was duplication of efforts a lot, but through the voluntary local reporting, we came up with a platform, both WhatsApp and physical engagement, where we bring on board all stakeholders and all partners working in all sectors, be it health, be it agriculture. They come in one room, tell us what you're doing, this is doing what in health, so that from there you're able to collaborate and harmonize all the efforts being done in the county. And from there we were able to generate data that in fact we didn't have as a county. You find that one partner is reporting this, the county is also reporting this on, let's say, immunization. We have 20%. You find that USAID is reporting 30%. But now with that kind of a platform, we were able to harmonize information that is within the county and be able to track the SDGs. We have now an harmonized way of tracking SDGs within the county, and this is also closely, from there we were able to, now it was easier for us to closely feed into CSA. And now from the CSA we are able to have all information across all the sectors. Yes, thank you.
Charity, anything you can add on the shaping policy on SDGs acceleration through VRL?
Thank you, moderator. And I think Mr. Chokera can correct me if I'm wrong. We don't have the national VLR without the county VLR, right? So I think the VLR is a very important document, and especially from the counties. If counties can put effort to actually get the right statistics and report on these SDGs, then we'll make it easier for the national level reporting. So I think it's a very important exercise, and I'd urge for every county, especially the counties that have not participated in the preparation of these voluntary reports, to come on board, because it brings an opportunity for you to engage with your different stakeholders, for you to get data that you couldn't have gotten. And my last plea is for the KNBS. One of the challenges with the VLR we have found is that some of the data is not disaggregated at the county level. So we have data at the national level. So I think it's also a challenge to the KNBS to actually help counties get the data at the disaggregated level. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Coming to you, Frank from Vihiga. What is the way forward towards accelerating implementation of the SDGs at the county level? Just a few highlights.
Thank you very much for the question. I'll want to all start by, there was a comment that has been made by two of the panelists, one from Makueni and another one from Kakamega, in terms of partnership and data. And thank God when they were making that presentation, Charles Tanui managed to come into the room, and I really want to appreciate the issue of partnership. Charles Tanui works with ARIN, and they have collaborated with Agnes, African Group of Negotiators, together with some other development partners, and they have been reviewing climate change indicators. And they're also developing monitoring, evaluation, and reporting, as well as learning tool. And this is just geared towards getting how to enhance how we can manage the knowledge in terms of climate change, which is a good thing. We are having indicators in the MAL tool. At the same time, the MAL tool is able to get data from the ward level. That community, that person seated there at the ward is able to give us information or data on various issues of climate change, from the ward level to the county level and even to the national. So they are really supporting counties, and they are doing that piloting in Vihiga County, and they are also doing it in Makueni County, if I'm not wrong. And these are some of the partnerships that we are calling upon to just enhance the issue of managing data and information. And on the way forward, yesterday somebody mentioned, a speaker mentioned about the issue of personalization of SDGs. I think that is the way we need to go. We need to personalize these SDGs. We need to make SDGs our personal affairs. And when I talk about personal affairs, I mean SDGs should begin from you and me and that person at the community. And this can be achieved by just enhancing advocacy on SDGs. If we enhance advocacy on SDGs and we make the community part and parcel of planning and even implementing and monitoring these SDGs, we will have, I think, done a great deal towards implementation and reporting of these SDGs, as well as enhancing the ownership. Because, you know, I like what FLOCA is doing. FLOCA have been able to go down to the ward level. They have even focused on the issue of inequalities. They've brought in the issue of gender, and they are doing their implementation of these projects by making the community be those people who are supposed to identify the projects, monitor the projects, and even form part of implementation. And because the World Climate Change Planning Committee chair sits on this PMC committee. So this is where we need to go. We need to localize the implementation of these SDGs and even follow the way FLOCA is implementing the implementation of the climate resilience investments, so that we empower these people to know the importance of SDGs and be part and parcel of implementation of SDGs. Thank you.
Amani, what is your way forward in 2 minutes? Or 1 minute if possible, before we go to West Pokot.
Thank you. So I take note that we have 5 years to 2030, and as a country, in between is a transition in leadership. So, and of course, then you think about all our planning frameworks, CIDPs, you know, MTP, all that. They lapse in 2027, yet we have 2030, you know, 3 years ahead of that period. So when we get to the next planning, you know, phase, then there's a need to look at those goals where we are not performing so well, and have interventions that sort of will accelerate our attainment of those goals. Alongside that is to ensure that you know, whether we are talking of the aspirants or you know, the potential candidates, then we start already sensitizing them on what commitments we need to you know, follow up beyond 2027. The other issue is, and it's been mentioned here, broadening, or when you think about leaving no one behind, of course it's from the side of these interventions, or you know, the benefits of development should be to everyone. But I will also think of it as, or you know, tweak it to be that all people need to, or all actors, be it from community level to, you know, at global level, we need to have everyone on board to support, you know, the implementation of SDGs. So those are my 2 comments. Thank you.
Finally, West Pokot, anything you want to add on the way forward?
Okay, thank you. I think my colleague have mentioned various way forward, but what I wanted to add on is the issue of to be effective in SDG at county government or counties. We embrace allocating of budget, specific budget for SDG, having a budget line for SDG at the county level. It is very important. 2, strengthening the establishment of SDG units across all the 47 counties. We have the SDG units for some few counties, and we need to establish all the units for the SDG at the county level for all the 47. Also having frameworks for SDGs, having frameworks and guidelines at that low level, so that it can at least guide what we are supposed to do, what's supposed to do at what stage, even embracing the quarterly reporting. Embracing the quarterly reporting of SDGs, so that we will be sharing the SDG Kenya Forum or any other forum. It could be very good if we do that. That's one of the, as additional of my colleagues, if we do that, can do very well. Thank you.
Thank you, my colleagues. And I think we all agree that achieving the SDGs by 2030 will require counties to lead through partnership, as we have emphasized, innovation and stronger devolved governance systems at the county level, Since if we invest in capacity, embrace modern financing, strengthen data systems, and keep citizens at the center, because it must be citizen-centered implementation of SDGs, devolution will deliver inclusive and sustainable development. So it's upon us at the county levels, even as we call upon the national government to support us and other partners, that we do our part and ensure that we are able to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs. Thank you very much. I think we go to the session on questions, if there are any.
I need someone to hold the mic that far end, so I don't do as many kilometers as I did yesterday. So we'll start on the left, then move towards the center, and then finish with the end. Remember, you can answer your own question instantly, yeah, by offering ideas, suggestions, and if you have a question, it cannot be, you cannot ask a question for 5 minutes, right? So that we give others a chance. That's the idea. Introduce yourself and ask the question or reflection.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stella Aswani. I work with the SDGs Kenya Forum. So I don't have a question, but I have a reflection from our online audiences. I thought perhaps there's a possibility we're going to forget them, so I decided to read through. So I start with Watch. Ken Oloch works with the COG, and he says, the Council of Governors have an existing tripartite agreement with KNBS and KIPRA, envisioned to strengthen statistical capacity in counties. Towards this, we have developed a model for county statistical units with a view to strengthening capacity in data for SDGs tracking and reporting. I will also read another reflection from Maurice Andati. I propose an intra-county project-based financing model that turns SDGs commitments into practical county systems anchored in robust national financing structures and enforced through clear rules on planning, budgeting, procurement, and reporting. It would fund county priorities based on citizen-identified needs and CIDP alignment targets, with each project defined by a costed plan, outputs, timelines, responsible officers, and measurable results, while also building self-reliance by financing complete local service and value chain systems rather than short-term activities. To make this real for citizens, each county should run a simple one-stop data toolkit that serves as a single source of truth for all SDG and county project information, where residents can view budgets, milestones, contractors, delivery status, and outcome indicators. Submit feedback and share recommendations in real time, so people do not need to understand forums or read long reports to know what is happening, and the county can respond quickly, correct gaps early, and steadily rebuild trust through visibility, accountability, and consistent delivery. So those are some of reflections from our online audiences. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Round of applause to our online audience. It's still good morning, karibu sana, and apologies for forgetting you. In case there's anyone who wants to voice out their reflections or questions online, please let me know. The technical team, they can raise their hands and we can hear them, right? So we foster inclusion. I think there was there a question somewhere here? This row has been very quiet. At some point, I'll just point you out. I can see you.
There's one here.
Let's move to the center. Fantastic. Yeah, there are
two on this row.
There are two. Okay.
Yes.
So I'll come to you after this row.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jemima Kutata, Association for the Physically Disabled of Kenya and Kenya Network of Girls and Women with Disability. And thank you so much for your great presentation. During your presentation, I learned that most of you are talking about a website, information on the website. Are these websites accessible for persons with disabilities? Do we have JAWS in our website for visually impaired person? Do we have sign language interpreters? Do you have those captions so that when a person who is deaf can be able to catch up with all the information? And also, as we were talking, I'm a champion of SDGs, Leave No One Behind. And there is a percentage of people who never went to school at all. And it's like we are leaving them behind. A lived life experience in West Pokot. A question comes to you. How do you pass information to this girl and woman with disability in the village? Because disability and poverty are twins. They go hand in hand. And with the SDGs, we are saying we leave no one behind. How are we reaching these persons with disability at the grassroots? Because we are just going to put information on the website and in the offices, they'll never reach it. Thank you.
Hello. Nicholas was in charge here, so.
Thank you so much. I'm Mr. Otieno Elvis, the Director of Budget, County Government of Kisumu. I would like to congratulate the panelists for doing a great job. And of course, I have some few questions and of course remarks to make. We'll start by, as far as accountability is concerned, we've noted that Makueni County had actually had a system that would allow open government system. And I would like to hear from Makueni how it works, because I believe an open government system would enhance accountability, because we actually update all the activities in as far as projects, especially from planning stages, of course the allocation of funds during the budgeting, and as far as the procurement plan, the procurement stages where it has reached. I think the open government system should really be able to demonstrate throughout to the project completion and of course payment of that project. That should come out in a system, which it happened that I was one of the team that went for benchmarking in Makueni, and I would like to get how it's going on and if there are challenges. Especially, I know one challenge would be, other than the technology challenge, would be human resource, because I know the people, we still rely on the people to update these platforms. Are we really doing our job as people? Are we updating the accurate information, or we are getting challenges by maybe finding that some information being updated there are not accurate, and sometimes we take time to update. So we would like to get how that is really going on. And I also want to link that to even the CMS, the M&E systems that we have in place. Are we really up to the task? Do we really normally update those systems so that we can be able to follow and review the projects as they are implemented, as they are completed, where they are done to the satisfaction that were put? Secondly, I would also want to talk about this. We have issues.
You've had 3 seconds, Liz.
Okay.
So.
This is the second question. That one was about accountability. Number 2 is about interferences from the legislation. You find during our sector working groups, we engage sector groups, but at the end you find the assemblies override some of the decisions that were made during these discussions. What are some of the things that we really need to put in place as a county? And lastly, I would like to talk about regional blocks. We need to also to tap these regional blocks and see whether they can help in achieving the SDGs, because I want to talk about Lake Regional Economic Block. It's a block that has been existing for now about 8 to 10 years. And we've been talking of issues, but we don't see them picking up. We've just been doing coordinating work, but we want to see if we can work, we work together in as far as planning and budgeting for these SDG programs so that they can be implemented. And of course, I know there are issues in the regional blocks like the registration and the HR matters that are there. You find many governors are just deploying people that they feel are not adding value to them to this regional block. Lastly, I want to advocate for more funds to the county.
Now you see my challenge, eh?
Yeah.
And that's why we can't ask many questions because
thank you. This is actually the serious one because we have issues. We have issues with fiscal responsibility principles because these fiscal responsibility principles want us to achieve P ratio which is below 35, but the allocation that comes to the county might not allow us to attain this. We need counties to be added more funds so that we can attain this fiscal responsibility principle. Thank you.
So there is one from the youth league.
Thank you very much. Mine is more of an observation. I've been sitting here listening to you all, and it sounds like we are living in a fast world.
Introduce yourself so we know who's speaking here.
I've introduced myself several times. My name is Eugene Okanda. I've been sitting here listening to you all, and it feels like we are living in first world counties. Like everything is perfectly okay, and there's nothing wrong. But when you go to counties, the reality is different. Like the other day, the Senate Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations visited Kakamega County. They found that the hospital has been stalled for 10 years, and no one is talking about it. What is your response on stalled government projects? Some of the youth hubs that are in our counties are not even functional. If you go to some of the wards, those hubs don't have anything inside there. What is your response, especially the M&E departments? I'd like to hear possibly, what is your response in terms of the corruption issues in the county level? Thank you.
You can guide me now. So we have one.
If you make them brief, we can have as many as you possibly can, right? In the spirit of inclusion, Mheshimiwa, I'll give you, in fact, I hadn't seen you because you're behind a pillar, eh? Really, I'll give you a chance just before we go to break to also introduce you, but also make some reflections. Huh?
Yeah. Thank you. My question will be very, very direct and in practicality. Apart from...
Introduce yourself.
Okay, sorry, I'm Jeffrey Tojijo.
We have new faces in the room. That's why I keep saying you have to introduce yourself because as you were speaking and as the panel was going on, there were new participants that came into the room and they need to know who's asking the question or who is speaking. That is the reason, not that I want you to repeat your introduction 10 times in a day, but if we have 10 new participants, you'll have to introduce yourself 10 times.
I was rushing because of the time.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Jeffrey Tojijo, SDG champion from Homa Bay County. In practicality, your answer will be on yes or no. How many counties there have developed their county statistical abstracts? And how many counties have simplified citizen indicators? Only that one, then I'll judge how you are.
And the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is in the house, so they can verify if you tell us you have a statistical abstract and you don't.
Good morning once more, everyone. My name is Irene Golo, and I'm representing Cheshire Disability Services Kenya. And first of all, just to appreciate the panelists for the good work they've done, and also just to now reflect on especially what the representative from Vihiga County, she started talking about it, but at some point she diverted. That is on the fragmentation landscape, uncertainties, and shifting power dynamics that has currently affected funding and scaling down of funding, that is it, and even postponing of several key projects that aim at focusing on long-term capacity building and community engagement. And you find that some of these allocation at some point, especially when we have a tight budget environment, we do not really focus on them. And so as counties, especially in accelerating SDGs, of course, being that devolution as a catalyst to development and also accelerating SDGs, what do counties do in this aspect, especially when it comes to budgetary allocation for some of these projects that are now stalled and with the effect of donor shifting funding and also reduction of funding? What are you really doing to ensure that there's long-term impact from whatever the county's mandate is? And then also there's another thing that was said about access to information. And also, even as the previous speakers had said and talked about it yesterday, that information lies at the heart of and plays a key role in development, and especially when it comes to access to information and strengthening oversight from the public. And then that is in respect to the public disclosure. How do we ensure that the public are able to access some of these documents, key documents, and especially in budgetary periods, the CIDPs, the CFSPs, the ADP, and even the CBRO documents, especially when it comes to budget analysis? So how do we ensure that the public are able to even understand what SDGs are at the county level? Is that a mandate of the county? Because we've talked about it is a multi-sectoral approach and each and every person has a responsibility. But as the county, what are you really doing? And then also, thank you so much. Yeah, so that is as far as the county budget participation is concerned. So what are we doing? But then also the referral pathway, especially feedback mechanism, just to ensure that whatever that we've given in terms of memorandums and policy brief are really getting back to us to know what is really working and what's not working. Thank you.
There's one last question, second last, of course.
Thank you very much. Mine is actually very short. My name is David Busene. I sit in Flocas CSO leadership as the chair and also inclusive dialogue. My friend from West Pokot spoke about open procurement, if I'm right. Yes, and I'm happy. At least we have got 2 or 3 counties that are in open governance system. I think one is West Pokot, Nandi, and Makueni. But recently, there seems to have been some sort of, was it a misunderstanding or a challenge with the Council of Governors when Treasury was planning to introduce the e-procurement? There was some sort of acrimony from the Council of Governors. Are you able to speak to that? What were the real challenges, and have they been sorted out?
Okay, there is a fourth one, if you allow. Somebody here.
Thank you. Charles Monique is my name, State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. I have 2 quick ones. Number one, in terms of of what you are doing for the counties, it is commendable, it is very good. But in terms of advancing devolution for inclusive development, strengthening devolution for accelerating implementation of SDGs, what is the role of AI? We are living the AI period. We cannot afford to ignore or not to be alive to that fact. That's number one. Number two, all these county reports, instead of us having different, that to have to get report from a given county, like where I come from, I'm from Laikipia County, I have to go all the way to, I have to go to that website. Why can't all these reports be available on one stop shop website? I mean the COG. Why can't all these reports be hosted at the COG website? Thank you.
So let's have, there's one comment online. I'll keep my promise. So we have Robert Papa who will say something, and then we can have the panelists respond to that first round.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Robert Papa, a friend of the county and an SDG champion. One, there is this program called Kenya Devolution Support Program 2. And one of the things it focuses on for the county is ensuring that counties have got a stock take of all their projects from 2013 up to 2025, so that we're able to know how much money was allocated, we're able to know how many projects are completed and operational, and we're also able to know how many are sold and at what level percentage. And this is just aimed at unlocking the lot of money that is in the project that are not functional are stalled, so that counties can be guided to complete those stalled projects before starting any new project. And if we did that, I am sure we'll be able to drive sustainable development. SDGs are driven by projects that are supposed to be implemented at the local level. Secondly, for us to be able to move forward with the sustainable development goals, have we been able to translate even these goals into local vernacular, local dialects that people understand? Sometimes when we talk about 2 billion, how many of us here have seen 2 billion? Probably if I say it, out of every 5 shillings, 4 shillings goes here, then people will be able to understand. Can we break this complex information and statistics, what we call, what people can, at the grassroots level, can be able to understand and be able to relate with? And lastly, it is also a requirement that all county governments should be able to have all their programs, like the CPROP, the budget implementation report, all in a website that can be accessed by the local and citizens of that county. And these websites, the public should be able to interface with the county and be able to interrogate whatever is happening. I'm sure if we did that, then we'll be able to drive sustainable development at the county. A snapshot at the county, most projects are being implemented at the counties, have no concept notes, have no pre-feasibility studies, have no feasibility study, maybe with the exception of Makwene and a few others. What does this tell us? That even from the conception of the project, we must conceive them with sustainable development in our minds, so that we are bringing targets and indicators that are measuring sustainable development. If we did that, then counties will be, people will accelerate that pace of sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Robert. Let's have the panelists respond to that first round of questions so they don't forget or get overwhelmed by the sequencing.
Thank you for the questions, and I'll try to respond to some and then leave the rest for my colleagues to respond. And I will start with what Robert Papa has as a concern in terms of translating the SDGs into local vernacular. And I want to say in Vihiga, yes and no at the same time. The reason is we haven't translated word to word the SDGs into vernacular, but we normally conduct Vihiga weekly and Feedback Friday events, whereby the implementers of these SDGs are supposed and normally go to that local radio station, and they give feedback to the people on how they are implementing these specific SDGs in that vernacular of Maragoli, either Maragoli or Kinyore, the vernaculars that exist. So there is that attempt to translate in a way of giving feedback in a vernacular language to the people through the local radio. And then I'll go to, there was a question on stalled projects. That one was asked by Eugene Okanda. Indeed, the issue of stalled projects is a concern not only to the county governments, but also to the national government. So what are we doing? We are saying in our planning from where I sit, we normally consider in terms of prioritization of projects to be implemented within a certain financial year, there is a criteria we normally consider. And that criteria, one of the criteria is the issue of focus being given to stalled projects. We are trying to eliminate the issue of having these stalled projects by just focusing on what did we implement and it did not materialize. Do we have ways of reviving it and bringing it back to life and completing it? That is one of the criteria that we use in terms of preparing our planning documents as well as budgeting. And there was another issue of, it was actually by Japheth, Mr. Japheth Elijah, and I hope I'll not respond to all the questions. And it was on how many counties have developed the CSA, and he wanted a yes or no answer. So I don't know how I'm going to respond to that, but Vihiga is in the process of developing. So is it a yes or no? Because we have conducted the preliminary requirements of developing the CSA. We have collected data, both the national data and the county data. And we have received an invitation, thanks to KNBS, their ongoing negotiations.
Recording in progress.
On, thank you, on doing the analysis of that data that we collected in preparation to drafting the CSA. So is it a yes or no? Again? Oh, thank you. Okay. That is the response for Vihiga. Can I proceed? Oh, thank you.
All right. Thank you. I'll start with Japheth. Yes, Makueni has prepared the CSA on the 7th edition. And yes, we do the abridged version. That is for the citizens, that they can be able to understand. On the other question on open governance system, for Makueni, yes, we still are open about accountability and transparency, which is one of the core values that we do value as a county. And we are currently working on automating our systems, whereby we want to integrate most of the departments or most of the services that we do offer, so that we can ensure that they are streamlined and are integrated, just to enhance that aspect of accountability. We do have the PMTS, the Project Management Tracking System right now, where we're able to track the implementation of our projects. And in terms of the updating, yes, we do acknowledge the technical challenges, but we do try to update the system regularly depending on the implementation status. We appreciate the process of implementation, which happens at different stages within the budget cycle. In terms of Papa's question, yes, we have also translated the SDGs to vernacular. We also have a song, and in the spirit of localization in Makueni, we have further decentralized the SDGs unit, whereby we have SDG champions at the sub-county and even up to the ward level, whereby the community themselves, we have champions from the community who are championing the SDGs. So in terms of localization, we are bringing the community on board, and to help them appreciate that they're the ones who will actually accelerate this implementation. So the communities, we work together with the communities in terms of accelerating the SDGs. For the website, Jemima, thank you for that observation. I think as counties, we will do better to make sure that our websites are integrated persons with disabilities, that those that can't hear can be able to access information. For the stalled government projects, I think what I can comment is during the preparation of the budget, during the budget cycle, we do follow the PIM regulation, the Project Investment Management, and whereby before we embark on different projects, we have to do the concept, the conceptualization, and before you begin a new project, you have to consider what has been ongoing, what is currently stalled, what has been completed. So that has also helped us in reducing the number of stalled projects. If there's an issue that can be addressed, then it is addressed before another new project is started. And then I'll also add on the aspect of participatory development planning and budgeting. This has also helped the counties. I'll speak for Makueni, whereby the communities propose their own projects. So it is where you have the community proposing their projects, then you'll have ownership, and we have project management committees at the project level, at the community levels. These PMCs are the ones who spearhead. They look at even the monitoring. They check how the progress of this project is going on. So it is difficult for you as a contractor in Makueni to come and think that you will do something and walk away with it. But the community is very vigilant in terms of spearheading the monitoring of the project at the ground. So I think I'll leave my colleagues to answer the questions.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to respond some questions that was directly to West Pokot County, and maybe some of the relevant questions. One, about the issue of somebody who is vulnerable or disabled at a very low level, how he's supposed to access that information that is in county website or shared at that high levels. So in West Pokot County, we have ward offices. We have our ward offices, we are operational. All the ward offices are operational, and any emerging issue that's supposed to be collected at that lower level is done very nicely at the ward level. And secondly, we have the issue of community health volunteers, which they collect direct information from those local villages, from the village directly, whereby they are supposed to collect all the information of all the vulnerables and the affected people. And then we have the social service, the county social service office, which is very effective, whereby through the self-help groups, especially the groups for people with disability, they collect all the information of the affected people from those lower level. And we have recently the issue of registering the people with disability in those lower level. It is effective in our county, and we have the case studies for the same. And local radios is also very key, whereby I mentioned that one earlier. Through the local radios, they air out the information of what is going on in the county, some of the areas of intervention that they are supposed to be undertaken, and the factors and are taken care of. The guardians, if they are children, the guardians are going to take part and take the responsibility in case of any communication made by the government. I think that is the response I can give to that. On part of stall project, as I said earlier, I'm the head of monitoring and evaluation for the county. We selected all the stall project for the county, and we did the assessment, collected all the information, identified all the gaps, and prepared a recommendation to the government, to the leadership. And so far, there are a lot of intervention that has been done, the actions that has been done on that. There is reduced cases of stall projects based on those reports that we collected and recommendation for actions. We gave them the quick wins to address some of the areas that they are supposed to do. We had some of the stall projects that were investment projects, major projects, that require a lot of funding, and we were recommending them to do some resource mobilization to strengthen that, and also emulate the PPP model. I was about to ask the PPP person, the public-private partnership person yesterday, and I hope if he's around, I'll meet him. I have some consultation on the same, that we had some major project for investment in the county that we were stuck along the way, and we need some intervention for the same. So that is for the stall project. And another point is a very good question from a colleague of Floka. And let me say that I will not respond to that because I don't have the actual information. Based on your reference, maybe you can reject me, and that's my response. Okay, because you are very specific and I don't have the information. And the issue of Lastly, the online question of Papa was a very nice question. And I think it has been taken care of. The issue of website upload, maybe the design of the website for various counties are different. And maybe when you are trying to access the information, it goes through you go through some stages. And for our county, we have all the information that Papa said. And maybe because he's online and hearing, I don't know whether he has interacted with the county government website, where everything that is mentioned is there. So maybe he has not taken part in interacted more. Maybe the design of the website are different. They are not okay. They are not that same. Maybe that one I can say that. So thank you for so much. But we have a couple of feasibility study. That's an accurate information. We have a couple of feasibility study, and in fact that is one area that we are strengthening as a county. That we need to have all the feasibility study for, especially for the major projects, and have a clear logical framework for all the projects, and have a model of the same. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Just some quick responses on to Charles Mwaniki. We do have platforms where you can access all county documents. So COG maintains the Marifa Center, where you can access those documents. Kipra has the public, it's called PPR. Yeah, the repository. You can access all those documents. And I think in December they are going around the counties to collect those documents. I know National Treasury has what is called Budgetietu. We furnish them with documents, so I need to check whether the portal is up and running. But those are three examples of areas or portals you can go to access documents across counties. But feel free to visit the Tana River website, and you'll get all those documents that you're looking for. To Elvis from Kisumu, we are also part of Tana River is both FCDC and Jumuiya Counties of Pwani. And one thing to note, and I agree with you, there's not specific funding for regional economic blocks. I look at our audit report, and one of the things that the auditors speak is monies that we have paid to those economic blocks. But then how are they supposed to operate? You see, if I look at Jumuiya Counties of Pwani, they depend on projects to be able to sustain their operations. So we need to think through. Even COG has had issues, in terms of how much counties are paying to them. So we need to look at, how do we fund those regional economic blocks? Because then it is out of that then they are able to attract the necessary talent and support the constituent, counties in terms of what you've mentioned, planning and budgeting for SDGs. The second issue is around leadership support. It really depends on the willingness of the governors to participate and support the activities of those blocks. So if one governor, because the experience of Tana River, we keep shifting between FCDC and Jumuiya, the counties of Pwani, depending on the interest of the leadership. But it's so those would be my two comments. We can't get to joint programming and what have you when the regional economic bloc doesn't have leadership support and a sustainable funding model. The next thing I'll talk about stalled projects, and I agree. If you do not conceive it well in terms of the preparatory activities, it could be as simple as land, feasibility studies and what have you. But aside from that, it's the management of the projects. Do you have the necessary structures? Do you coordinate well with the project managers, the community, to ensure that the project is carried on well? I will also mention that most of these stalled projects are associated with pending bills. So counties also need to, and I'm speaking to also myself, counties also need to prioritize, settling pending bills associated with those stalled projects, because then You can't restart until you settle the liability associated with it. So those will be my two also comments. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Most of the questions have been tackled. Just a quick response to Jemima. Yes, like for Kakamega County, it's not fully PWD friendly, but it has aspects, especially for the visually impaired. They can listen in, but it's not fully PWD. To Okanda, yes, installed projects have been mentioned, and my colleagues have commented on that. But also a point to note is there are some departments, or there are some entities that are not fully devolved. We have devolved functions, but there are some that are still within the national government. For instance, the health issue that you brought up on St. Mary's Hospital, the health is a devolved function, but not fully devolved function. The management of it is under the county, the infrastructure is under the county, but you find the financing policy is still with the national government. So the county may have the staff in it, but if the money is not there to run it, it can go the way it went, but it's something that is being handled. And prioritization of stalled project is something that we do on budgeting and planning. They're usually prioritized first for the next planning phase. There was an issue on the assembly overwriting, a question on assembly overwriting sector priorities. How I'll take a case for Kakamega County. Most of the times, in fact, all counties do public participation. With public participation, we get the citizen views into all, be it CFSP, ADPs, CIDPs, and all that, then coming to the budget. So what we usually do is, when we get the views from the public, we integrate and make a document. We share with the assembly. The assembly also has, we take the assembly through the projects that have been proposed by the people. And then the assembly also have their forums where they go to the same public people and ask if are these the issues that you brought up maybe through the executive, which now with that there is the buy-in, and also now aligning the projects to the current development goals, the county government and the national government, and we know them. Another question from Jafet. Yes, Kakamega County has the CSA. We did ours this year, and also we usually do the simplified version. This also comes with either the CIDP or the ADP, and also public participation report. We usually have the popular version, which is a simplified form of the huge document that is able to be read and easily understood by the citizen. To Irene, I think the question has been answered on budget allocation, especially for the funding that has been cut short. That is why we have the supplementary budgets. We go back and realign. This was maybe this project was a major project that needed to be or needs to be continued. So we go back to realignment of the budget, and then now we give it to the assembly for it to be prioritized. That is where we have the supplementary budget. Or if the budgeting if the budget allocation for it is high, maybe it cannot be supplemented for this period, we now push it forward to the next period, and it's prioritized at that level. I think that is it.
Excellent, thank you. So I'll have a reflection from here. Then I'll go to Chokera, and then to Mheshimiwa for the last word. Before we go for tea break, then we'll come back for the panel on data science and all matters digital.
Yeah, so thank you. My name is Professor Esther Magiri from Ndanand Kimathi University of Technology. So I want to appreciate the presenters for the good presentations they have made. But I have one comment in terms of engagement with the stakeholders in implementing the programs that you have. I've not heard any one of them say they collaborate with a university or they work with a university to solve some problems. My comment is there is a lot of solutions in the university. And if I can take an example of our university, we collaborate with some counties. Recently, we have been engaging with about 7 counties in leather value addition, and they were able to get some resources from our collaboration because we got funding from NRF, and they were able to be capacity building and enterprise development. Following that, we have gotten another bigger funding, a regional funding, now that is covering more counties. We also do a lot of value addition in coffee. We have been working with quite a number of counties in value addition in terms of product development, capacity building, research, and other areas. We also have many centers within our university, like energy. We have been working with the tea sector, and we have worked with many counties. So my point is there is a lot of value that you can get the counties from the universities because there is a lot of research, there is a lot of knowledge, and also product development. Yeah, thank you.
So it's partnership and collaboration. And there's a comment here from Maurice Andati, Program Partnerships at Africa United Nations Youth Delegates Program, who's following online. Can the county government teams give practical examples instead of hypothetical when speaking about implementation? I'm reading verbatim. Don't shoot the messenger. For instance, we have translated the SDGs into local languages. Here is the document, right? We have a song on the SDGs, and you can access it here. We have community champions working on this project in this location, and you can visit it. For disability inclusion, it would be better if they focused on collaboration rather than making broad promises. Converting our website to be fully accessible for all marginalized groups is complex, costly, and requires technical expertise. This is an area where the county can request support from civil society instead of presenting it as something they can easily do on their own. Right now, it sounds like they are promising solutions without acknowledging the real challenges involved. That is the submission from Maurice Andati. And I think it links to the comment that Prof was also making in terms of partnership and collaboration. Solutions exist within academia, solutions exist within private sector, within civil society. So reach out to them. I think everybody is willing, and from what I'm hearing, they're also offering practical solutions. So it's a matter of creating that framework for partnership and collaboration meaningfully so that we can all work together to solve some of the problems. I always say, don't struggle with a challenge that somebody else can sort out immediately. Or, no, I'll reserve the other one. Chokera.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, of course, for the panelists did excellent work. Just one reflection. I think the strength of the SDGs, whether it's the unit or whatever it is called at the county level, really entirely depends on government and leadership. Because I know we started this journey of even the training the champions and all that, and it is the leadership. It is the governor actually who, if the governor is supporting the initiative, it moves on. I know of some counties where previous administration and supported, then the next administration doesn't want to hear anything about that. So I think this is something, the conversation which we could be able to have, to see how we can be able to support on that. But what I really wanted to, what was burning is that this initiative, when we had the high-level political forum in New York in 2024, Kenya was recognized as one of the best practices in localizing or having SDGs at the local level because of the representation of the counties. I think we started with 23 counties. 5, the mortality rate went with around 5. We remained with the 17, which are the reports there. These are the reports actually which also were annexed to the National Voluntary Report. But then there was the issue of the documentation, because there was even those best practices were not documented. And then this year, we decided, of course, through the interagency also technical working group and through the RCO, we thought that we can pilot with the first 4 counties to do the documentation. And then doing this documentation, I just want to give my colleague who is actually reading on this to say what it is and what we have done and what is the next steps. Yeah.
So thank you, Julius. So as Julius has said, we sought out to build documentation of best practices with a view of ultimately presenting a national picture of best practices, but also building the building blocks of this documentation is the counties. So to start showing SDGs, how is it progressing, what are the best practices in the and what are the opportunity for cross-learning. So we started with a first phase. We had 4 mapped counties: Turkana, Migori, Laikipia, and Taita Taveta. We have so far done 2, and this is an initiative that was just 2 months ago. We intend to continue next year into second phase of more counties. And we are doing this also in consultation with COG. So first call will be to open up, especially if there are things that we can learn, if there are things that we can document. Ultimately, we intend to use that knowledge in forums like this where we can learn, but also building evidence that can be used to showcase how SDG is entrenched at the counties. And ultimately, looking at the next opportunity that Kenya gets to present its experience at the high-level political forum, that we're also able to back it up with not only national experiences, but also experiences from the grassroots level. And SDG documentation is where the world has fallen behind, almost globally, in terms of showcasing best practices. And we intend now with your partnership to change through this. So I think my call to action will be engage with us with the interagency working group in advance, and we will probably come to you. There is no UN voice in this. It's purely the county's voice. It's purely the government voice and the partner's voice that are doing this. Our idea is actually to be able to bring it up. And through that is also to start documenting champions again that are emerging at the grassroots level, at the counties, and also start giving visibility to them. I think that's all I can add for now. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think what we are hearing is there are solutions. There are very specific commitments to work together. So if you have a commitment, if you have a solution, if you have a practical project that you'd like to work with either the counties or with civil society, academia in the room, please see the team led by Florence or any of the interagency working group members and they'll guide you appropriately. So if you have a project, if you have a commitment, you know, and the way forward, because we are hearing a lot about certain bills like the Older Persons Bill, Public Participation Bill, other county projects. We need to know by the time we are leaving what is the way forward on some of those. Because we are not just coming together to discuss the challenges, but we are also offering solutions, but fostering meaningful partnership collaboration so that next year we are reporting on the progress that we are making. I'll hand over the mic to Director Wangwe, who will briefly say something, and then I'll come to you, Mheshimiwa Masara, then we can wrap up this session.
Thank you, Davis. I just have a few reactions to what the county people have said. First of all, let me thank you for joining us in this workshop. And let me also thank you for demonstrating your commitment to the implementation of the SDGs. You've raised quite a number of issues, which shows your commitment to what you are doing. I don't have questions, but just to make comments on a few of the things that you have raised here. The first thing here, I think that was Makwen. You talked of your CIDPs having been aligned with your plans. I think it ran through all of you and the indicators. But I think I want to caution that let's not just speak about that alignment. Let's go back and look at it, and we'll be shocked how much misalignment that exists. Look at, you might have mentioned SDGs in your CIDP. Is that alignment? Now move beyond. See, how are you deploying your budgets? Are they in line with your SDPs? Move further. How are you monitoring and reporting? Are you even referring to the indicators you talked of? These are things that you need to go back and look at and sharpen. We are also doing it at the national level, and you have realized it is not happening the way we wanted. So continue strengthening so that now your budgets and your projects are speaking to your initial plans. That's the only way we can actually implement what we planned. There's a lot of ad hoc projects that come in between. In fact, they take precedence. I don't know, at the national level we have what we call presidential directives and cabinet decisions. You know, as you move on, in most cases they are not part of the plans, but they take the day. I think similar things also exist in the counties, where the governor goes to a place, and then depending on how he was received, then a certain thing becomes a priority and takes over the budget. The budget is diverted to that. So those are some of the things that you need to pay attention to, so that you move forward in terms of your planning. You advise so that that deviation we minimize as we continue implementing our priorities. Now, there's another issue you talked of, coordination. You see, I want you to look at coordination in terms of the various ministries and departments you are handling. How are you coordinating amongst yourself, not just within your department? And this is what you are also doing at the national level, where now we are reaching to ministries and even now reaching to the counties to see how to coordinate everybody and focus on the SDGs. I think this is important so that you are speaking as one. You know, we may speak very well here, but when you live here, like my friend here from West Pokot is speaking with a lot of passion, but I don't know whether that passion is on the ground. If it's not there, please take it there. So that coordination, bringing people together, it is important. And it's not easy. It's not really easy. So, and then the other thing you talked about, it is, which count is this? Which talked about issues of capacity building. This is Amani from Tana River. Now, the issues of capacity building, I know there are capacity gaps, even at the national level. The issue is, how can we collaborate to fill these gaps? Like counties, if there's some capacity need that you require, are you able to even reach us to the national focal point? We are the national focal point. Can you reach to us and ask, is there anything that you can come in and support us on this? Even if it means sensitization on the various indicators and how we can organize and send even one person to the county, and then we do that. So let's look at the practical things that can fill in the gaps that we have. So when you live here, you remember there's a focal point which is driving the SDGs in the country. But of course, we can't achieve these ones on our own. We need everybody in the system. So are you able to reach to us and tell us where the issues are, and together we agree on how do we address these capacity issues? We are also struggling to do it at the national level, but we could be able to work together and see how to do that. And then lastly, a good action point from West Pokot about SDG units. We actually have some kind of champions in the counties, but this is something that now we really want to move forth and strengthen. And this one, I think, when you go back, colleagues from our outfit, we need to generate some circular and guide on this, so that it's not just a talk here and it stops here. And in fact, in the same spirit, yesterday in the evening, we met with the PS, and he was passionate about reconstituting the interagency technical working committee. And he feels that that thing can now really, if it is strengthened, it can really help us in terms of moving the SDGs forward. So we'll be sending a circular, and now you who have been here and you have heard what we talked, and you are the ones even who are suggesting, I think you should be proactive, so that we see how do we strengthen those units so that you are able to build more capacity and address the SDGs. Thank you.
A round of applause to everyone who's offered ideas, suggestions, commitments, offers for support. Honorable Masara, MP for Suna West constituency. I think you can address the people from where they can see you. I couldn't see you because of this pillar, and I can imagine the cameras will also not see you. So just introduce yourself. But thanks for finding time to join us. I'll give you the last word before we go for tea break. Then when we come back, we'll have the second panel.
Thank you. I'm Peter Masara, as it had been mentioned. I represent the great people of Suna West. Suna West is in Migori County. In the National Assembly, I'm a member of Budget and Appropriation Committee and Administration and Internal Security. I'm one of the nominees for award this evening. So I should not say that. Okay, I have a concern. They may not be specific, but I happen to be the last mayor of Migori, and I utilize the Act Cap 265 and Latif. And then we were the champion of devolution. As a mayor, we were very much involved on how devolution can work. But my concern is, after all these years, is devolution working for us? And if it is working for us, what are our milestones? And what are our challenges? And what can we do about it? Because personally, I've identified that there are some issues in regards to law, how counties are being managed. Somebody has just mentioned that when a governor is received well in a place, then you can get many projects. You know, that is taking us back to the days of Nyayo, where when there was a by-election somewhere, polls for electricity were being brought in the evening. After by-election, if they succeed, they are taken back. But more concern to me was on the SDGs. I think it's number 3 and 4. The issue of health and quality education. ECD are devolved function, and I think they are fully devolved. But in most of our ECD center, you get one classroom. This classroom has the playgroup, the PP1, the PP2. They share the same toilet with the adult. They don't have administration. They don't have a kitchen. Are we really going to achieve by 2030 the quality education? And if you are not going to get it, remember, ECD is the foundation. So if they get it wrong from there, you'll be really pushing your our Kenyan children through primary and even the secondary section because they were half-baked at the lower level. The issue of health, for SHA to work, it means the primary health sector must work. There are health centers, the dispensaries, but if they are not working, it means still the purpose of changing NHIF to SHA, we are not going to achieve so soon. Because according to SHA, the public are supposed to get free health services from the dispensary to the health center. But these our dispensary and health centers are lacking personnel and there are no drugs. So, and for you to use SHA at the referral hospital, you must have gone through the dispensary, the health center, then the health center could not manage it. You are referred to level 4. But here, you go to hospital, there's no drugs, there's no personnel. Who is referring you to where? Is it the watchman? Is it the clerk? Is it the nurse? I don't know. So I would love to, we share together the milestone of our devolution aspect, the counties, and maybe the challenges they are facing. Because to me, if you compare the resources which have been given to counties for the last almost now 12 years, vis-a-vis the achievements, and then I compared with Latif, which was less money. For example, in Municipal Council of Migori, the only money we were getting for development was around 6 million per year. But we have standing 4 health facilities started by Municipal Council of Migori way back in 2012, 2013. To date, those health centers, even painting has not been done. And they are still the main health facility in those regions. And we were getting that less money. Now that we have billions, are we really doing what is supposed to be done? And if you're not getting the value for our investment, what is the way forward? Thank you.
Mheshimiwa, I'm glad you raised the issue because from yesterday, it's been almost the last point that's been made that we are skirting around certain issues when the elephant in the room is corruption and misuse of public funds. We are not investing taxpayers' monies in the right places. And we have to talk about it to solve it. Acknowledge it's a problem so that we can make progress. I don't know if Mheshimiwa Joshua Kimilu, you want to say something? Just come to the front. Thank you for finding time, and let's clap for Mheshimiwa. Thank you for joining us. Maybe just introduce yourself and then give quick reflections to acknowledge that you're in the room. Then we can go for a tea break. Karibu sana.
Okay, thank you. My name is Joshua Kimilu. I'm a member of Parliament, Kaiti constituency in Makueni, serving my 2nd term in Parliament. And I'm a member of ACOCA's Sustainable Development Goals. And in the Parliament, because that is what I was elected to go, our work is to legislate and make laws, whereby in my second term, this term, I've come up with a bill, social workers bill, whereby I've interacted with social workers in this country, and I've managed to achieve a lot, because now we have passed the bill, both houses. Already now it's waited the president to assign into law. So that's one of the achievements I'm proud of as a member of parliament. What I can say is that it is very important, and when we talk of devolution, in fact, I want to say that one challenge as Kenyans we are making is that some of these things we are leaving it to the politicians, and that's why we are getting it wrong. I want to say the time has come whereby as Kenyans we raise our voice, talk, discuss, so that we can get things right. When you talk of corruption, yes, corruption is there, but who is to raise the issue? Who is to talk? Who is to blow the whistle? That is the point we need to come up with. And that's where we need to concentrate and see how we can make good things right in this country. For us to achieve 2030, the race to 2030, we must ask ourselves questions. We must get answers so that we can make this country different, so that we can do things different. And because I'm here, I'm sorry I came late because of just a day. I was busy engaged in the by-elections which was going on in the country, but I'm here now, and my mind, I've left issues of politics outside there now. I'm here to concentrate so that we can make our Kenya better. Thank you very much.
I wanted to give an example of aggregation. Is it aggregation parks? There's a county which has invested 500 million. The structure is there, but the value chains, nobody understands. The 500 million has been invested. They were to do avocado. They don't have even a 50 by 100 farm of avocado. So I don't know what is also going wrong with that. So it is important as we talk about the SDGs. We need to know 2030, will we achieve that? Then I mentioned that I've been nominated. There's my bill which was assented to by the president last month. I think that's the basis why I was nominated. It's about amending the National Police Commission Act, where my main concern was about our women and the men in uniform. For sometimes they were killing one another. For sometimes they were killing their bosses. For sometimes they are killing their spouses. I did a research on the same and came up with that bill so that social support to our men and uniform can be established in all our divisional headquarters. It got a lot of support from all stakeholders, and now it is an act of parliament. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Yesterday we were talking about avocados rotting in some places, and cabbages and milk and fish. And so the value chains, folks, we discussed this yesterday, right? It was a comprehensive discussion, and there were very practical solutions that were offered. I think if we link this 500 million facility to the guys who are producing the avocados, I think we can transport them in 24 hours, right? And we can use that facility. So let's not waste that facility, because it should be doing something to enable farmers and facilitate farmers' incomes across the country. Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa, for joining us. We're going to have, let me ask, who has a Mulika Mwizi here? Hand up if you have a Mulika Mwizi. Now, do we know what a Mulika Mwizi is? Is that small phone? Eh? Yeah? Yes, the kabambe or kabambe. Who has one? There's one here. Okay, so there's another one here. My assumption is that only 2 people cannot take high quality photos. The ones with the Mulika Mwizis. So we are all going to stand up. And now that the rest of you have wonderful gadgets and phones, we're going to take a selfie. We'll take a photo with the neighbor. I've seen some people casting their eyes from this corner to that corner, others. So this is the time to walk up to that person you've been looking at. And just be careful. Don't say the moderator encouraged you to, then you got slapped or something else happened to you. Seek consent. We'll take a selfie. We'll take a photo. And then we are going to post on our social media handles. The hashtags are just below. It's going to scroll so you can see. We'll take 1 minute to do that. And then we go for a 15-minute tea break. When you see me coming out, I'll go and eat, by the way. When I'm full, that's when I come and harass you, whether you're full or not. So let's do that now. We stand up, we take a selfie, we take a photo. If the person next to you is consenting, if you have a friend in the room, and let's say we are at the annual National Multi-Stakeholders Conference, where we are, okay, where we are racing to 2030. We'll do that shortly, but I want to dismiss my panel because they also need to take their photo. The ones I had last were mostly reflections and ideas and suggestions. So I'll give Jen to close the panel in a minute. I was just exciting you. So we'll close the panel, and then we have the social media moment, and then we go for break. Thank you so much. So let's pay attention, just a second.
Thank you, everybody, for listening to us. We agree that in the counties, the glass is not full, but it is upon us and upon every one of us to either, our perception to either say the glass is half full or half empty. Thank you so much. Be blessed.
Round of applause. So they'll stand up for their photo, but you can also stand up and take the photo, comment on your reflections. Just stand up, everybody. It will not stop them from taking their wonderful photo. So let's have the, Kulikuwa na viazi karai. Viazi karai. Eh? Excellent. I have a reflection here, which I'll read before the panel on financing. So after the upcoming panel, because it relates directly to what we'll be speaking at that point. Welcome back. Is the ICT authority here by any chance? ICT authority? They are the moderators of the panel discussion on harnessing technology and digital transformation. ICT authority. Is my moderator here by any chance? My moderator for the next panel on harnessing technology and digital transformation. Excellent. We have a moderator, ladies and gentlemen, which means I can kick off that panel. If somebody could lock that door so we can... So let's have the State Department for ICT and the Digital Economy, Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, ODPC. I don't know if Safaricom are here. Is Safaricom here? Safaricom. If not, Airtel. It would have been really nice to have those two in the room. Malalamishi yangu yote ya data bundles. Those guys are swallowing data bundles like, yeah? It's just me. I don't know if it's my, yeah? No, there's somebody swallowing data bundles. I don't know what happened. 1 minute, you have it. The next minute, it's gone. Anyway, even if they're on the panel, we would not talk about data bundles. I would look for them at lunchtime. Is Airtel here? So, yeah, let's have, and Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, I know they're here. So we'll have the next panel on harnessing technology and digital transformation for the SDGs. So all the individuals that have been, or institutions and their representatives, please step forward so we can kick off that panel. And it is excellent news because that is our second last panel. Makofi, leo na release mapema. But ukienda Mombasani mjini, upotee huko, ukose galadina, usinilaumu mimi. So, welcome to our panelists, and they'll be introducing themselves. They'll be talking about harnessing technology and digital transformation for the SDGs. Oh, youth sounding board, are they here? Excellent. I think it's a nearly perfectly balanced panel. Safaricom, last call, Airtel, if they're here. ODPC is on the podium. State Department for ICT and Digital Economy is also here. All right. It's 3 minutes past noon. Now, I like to be very democratic. After this, we have a very small panel, which will be the last panel. Do people want to do that? We go for lunch. No, we do the panel, we do the closing and disappear. Or You want after this panel, we go for lunch, we come back, do the closing, then disappear at 4. Si mmeshiba? Kuna mtu ako na njaa hapa, aseme. Kama uko na njaa, bado kuna mahamri na. So reinforce yourself so we can push, finish, go for lunch, and not come back. Is that okay? All right, let's kick off the panel. Sorry for keeping you. A round of applause to my wonderful panel. This is Matters Technology and Digital Transformation, which is amazing. And immediately after this panel, and because I'm holding the microphone, I'll talk about the Data Festival, the Global Data Festival that's coming up. You heard the PS mentioning it. So I'll share a bit of information about that and how you can get involved. It's going to be in June 2026 with over 90 plus countries represented, 1,500 delegates from all over the world. It will be a big moment for the country, for the region, and for the world. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this panel discussion. My name is Dr. Roslita Rianga, and I'm from Aga Khan University.
Recording stopped.
So I'm going to moderate this panel discussion. It's a pleasure, and I hope it's going to be as interesting and exciting as possible. So my panelists, you're most welcome. And we are going to start now. So. Because this session is all about technology, innovations, and SDG. So my first question is going to go to Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. So I understand you are the custodian of SDG data reporting, consolidation, analysis, and reporting. So I wanted to hear from you, what are the major challenges that you face, especially when it comes to collecting really live data and reporting according to the UN designated requirements. And probably you could also say the major sources of SDG data that you use in reporting.
Thank you, Roslita. My name is Sarah Omache. I work for Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. The KNBS is the custodian of the National Indicator Framework for the SDGs. That is providing data, putting it together, and updating on where we are as far as the SDGs are concerned. And the sources of data that we have, it comes from the censuses that we conduct, both of people, farms, agricultural produce, and the farms with an eye. Yeah, all that you can think about, including the school census. We also get data from surveys that we conduct on a regular basis. Some of them are done monthly, some quarterly, annually, and some of them are ad hoc, responding to a particular phenomena. We get data from ministries, departments, agencies, and also private companies, that is administrative data or administrative records. We have been harnessing citizen-generated data, that is data provided or produced by civil society organizations since 2022. So that's also a very nice or a very rich source of data. As we also work with all these sources, during our analysis, we also do some web scraping to get data, particularly on the prices and for the financial indicators. So those are the sources of our data as far as the SDGs are concerned. However, we have gaps. As we stand, we are reporting on 171 indicators out of 252. So we have a gap of around 80. Because yesterday my colleague reported that there is one that is not applicable to Kenya. So that difference is about 80 indicators that we are not reporting on as far as the SDGs are concerned. The positive side is that last year we were reporting on 168. So within the year, in the surveys that we conducted, and also from other sources, we were able to get data for 3 more additional indicators. So that is a plus. Going back to the challenges, how are we going to bridge this gap of 80 indicators that do not have data? In some cases, an indicator does not have data at all. In some cases, some indicators have a few data points, but in a few years, they do not have data. For instance, we did the demographic health survey in 2024 and 2022. So you can imagine in between those years, what kind of data are we using to track the progress of the demographic and health indicators. And that is where citizen-generated data comes in, because you are able to get some data to report on those indicators. So that is the key challenge, that we have a number of indicators that we cannot afford to report on. We have a number of systems or health data systems within government, for education, for health, for the treasury. That is the IFMIS, the NIMIS, and the HMIS. These systems are fragmented. We do not speak, we haven't integrated the systems, and perhaps in some cases the KNBS does not have access to these systems. So that is a challenge, in that some indicators could easily be computed or reported on. If these systems were integrated, we could get sufficient data to report on a number of indicators. Equally, we have some few challenges. There's a way we can fill a number of SDG data gaps by computing, simply by using new methodologies, combining data sets, using international standards, geospatial data, Earth observations. But we are limited in terms of capacity, both physical capacity and skills, to ensure that we can compute these indicators using the available data. But we need that kind of infrastructure. So that's a key challenge. Just to stick to the 3 because of time, those are the key challenges that we have in terms of filling data gaps for SDGs. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much. That was quite elaborative. At least we have an idea on what kind of data, or rather sources, where we generate our SDG data from, where it originates from, and the many challenges that are facing Kenya National Bureau of Statistics in having real-time data reported. So you can see we have a gap of around 80 unreported indicators due to the outlined challenges. But this is quite unbelievable, because when you look at Kenya as a country, in East Africa, we were among the first people who gained global recognition or attention on matters of digital advancement, especially when we launched the mobile money banking systems. That even the people could come from Europe to come and do their masters to understand how M-Pesa or mobile money works. So having so much ahead of technology, I'm wondering why we should be having a lot of data gaps, unreported data indicators, really data time. Like you see, Madam is saying they collect data from, they rely on census data, Kenya Demographic Health Survey, which are usually reported every after 5 years, 10 years. And by the time those data is actually stale and cannot be used to make really actionable policies and informed decisions. So on that background, I know private sector generates a lot of data, especially when it comes, an example of Safaricom. The network coverage goes to us deep to the rural communities, even Turkana and Northeastern, you can always get Safaricom coverage. Safaricom coordinates. Geospatial data can be generated. And also when you look at M-Pesa, nowadays every transaction is through paybill. So I think through these networks, it is very possible to track mobility of people, especially rural-urban migration, to inform urban planning. It can be able to tell even the poverty, economic status of the Kenya. So for that reason, I'm directing my question to the agency regulating national SDG data, that is Data Protection Commissioner. And I understand you are the ones who are in charge. Maybe you can tell us who you are and what you do. But I understand you are the people who regulate data privacy. So I don't know how best, because as we accelerate to the 2030, the race to 2030, we don't necessarily have to do much. It's all about extracting existing data to report our progress, the data that has not been extracted, especially on economic indicators from M-Pesa and other M-Health, yeah? Everything nowadays is M-Health, M-Sexuals, I don't know, reporting, M-Everything, M. So I think from all these M's, we can generate a lot of data that can be used to update our SDG progress reports, and probably we could have surpassed some indicators. So how best, as a regulatory authority, can we use all these IT-related data in SDG reporting, at the same time protect privacy of the citizens? Like, why is it so difficult to extract this data from Safaricom on the easiest way? Yes.
Thank you, Doc. Let me start by introducing myself and the organization that I work for. My name is John Lokwawi. I work for Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, Assistant Data Commissioner in the Compliance Directorate. I had a unit that registers what we call data controllers and processors. And registration is part of compliance journey to data protection. Let me pick from where you left, Doc. You mentioned the issue of privacy. We come in to address matters privacy. As we all understand, we have rights to privacy in the Constitution. That is Article 31CD, where we are all entitled to our rights to privacy. And before the enactment of the Data Protection Act, they all sent a clear way out, of addressing matters privacy until we got the Act and the office. And then in the bigger universe of data, that's where we come in, to protect privacy of Kenyans. And this Act has introduced quite a number of actors. There's what we call the data controllers and data processors. These are the institutions that Kenyans entrust their personal data with, And again, you realize I've introduced another category of data. I've moved from the larger data. I've now narrowed down to personal data, personal and sensitive personal data. So, knowingly or unknowingly, we part with our identities, with our personal data, and we entrust them to institutions to process them, either for our benefit or for their own benefit, to advance their businesses and all that and all that. That is on one part. On the other part, we have the citizenry, the Kenyans, who the Act has defined as data subjects. So data subjects entrust their personal data to institutions. Those are the data controllers and processors. And the Act comes in to firstly make the data controllers and processors accountable in the processing of the personal data that Kenyans entrust them, right? On the other side, it has empowered all of us as data subjects. It's granted us some rights that we need to exercise, we enjoy, and we need to exercise. And the data controllers and processors have the obligation to facilitate us from enjoying those rights. So that's the space that we regulate in the bigger universe of data. Our mandate is purely personal data. And now coming to Safaricom's, the Airtels, government, non-for-profit institutions, all of these institutions. All these institutions are either data processor and or a data controller. And they have obligations under the Act. The Act has set out the principles upon which they need to adhere to while processing our personal data. The Act has also brought out aspects of lawful basis. You do not just collect and process my personal data for the sake of it. You must have a reason behind all that. And the Act has also guided on how this data can be shared, with other agencies. Because again, we cannot live in isolation. For us to advance business, for us to make decisions, for us to coexist, we need to share data. And so all that has been guided. And it's very clear. But now, when it comes to sharing personal data, obtaining that personal data from Safaricom, for instance, the first thing is, what kind of data do we want to obtain from Safaricom? Do we want to obtain data that identifies natural persons? Or we need Safaricom to sort of aggregate this data, anonymize this data, pseudonymize or something, in ways that removes personal identifiers in it for purposes, for it to be consumed for other processes. If that's the case, then, in fact, that is one of the best practices the Act is advocating for. There's a principle called storage limitation. We entrust an institution with data for a certain purpose. After that purpose, if that institution intends to store that data beyond that period, after even the purpose, they are free to anonymize that data. They are free to pseudonymize that data, to aggregate that data, to remove personal identifiers. Then that way, they can be free to use it for, statistical purposes. They can share it with, other stakeholders and all that. And even when you require to share personal data with other entities, again, that processing is guided. For example, institutions are required to, have data sharing agreements with the third parties, which will stipulate the roles that will be played by each and every party in the sharing of that data. In case a breach happens, how can that be handled, and all that. And above all, a data subject who is the owner of the data ought to have been informed at the point of collection that at some point your data will be shared to another entity. So those are some of the controls the Act has introduced to sort of govern processing of personal data. I think I'll leave at that. I'll probably share more as we proceed.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. I agree, data sharing requires informed consent of the subject, where the data was originated from. But I'm very confident that the regulatory authority has the ability and the potential of like informing all multiple sources of data that at any point when you are like maybe creating an M-Pesa account or you are opening an mobile, you see, okay, let me give an example in the health sector. When a patient comes during the triage or taking the, let me call health profile or demographic information of the participants, or rather the patients, there is some point where a participant is asked if the data can be, if he is willing for his data to be used for research purposes, and he consents at that point. But of course, when it comes to the use of this data for research, it is always de-identified. It is always anonymized, like you cannot know whose sources. Because without sharing of data is totally unethical. For as much as it is unethical to share, it's also unethical not to share. Because it's data that informs decisions, it's data that informs policy and research. Like the health outbreak, you cannot know which field of health that has biggest outbreak, like cancer. We need this data so that we can do research and come up with interventions that can prevent disease outbreak. So at what point as a regulator, difficult to come up with a section of informed consent at any point when the participant is creating a profile that is likely to generate e-data, so that at any given point, like I'm sure Kenya Bureau of Statistics, there is a lot of data I know they can benefit from this e-data. And it's very possible as long as the data is de-identified. So going forward, how can we make data easily accessible by Kenya Bureau of Statistics in a connect from multiple agencies without necessarily waiting, or give me this, give me this, give me this? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let me attempt to answer it. First, I'll start from the point that, just for information purposes, that consent is one of the lawful basis a data controller or a data processor can use to collect and process data from a data subject, right? There are around 7 or 8 thereabout lawful basis, and all of them have sort of equal weight, and you can actually rely on any of them as a basis to collect data. And consent is just one of the 7 or 8. Having said that, when it comes to institutions, public institutions like KNBS, those institutions are established by an act of parliament, and they have a mandate to do in those acts, right? In those statutes. And you realize one of the lawful bases an institution like KNBS or KRA or IPOA, all those institutions can use is they have a lawful basis of public authority, you know. They're already established under the Act of Parliament. And with that alone, that gives them powers to, you know, collect data, request data from other entities for purposes of advancing their mandate, right? So they need not, again, rely on, say, consent, because sometimes it can be very difficult to get a consent from the many data subjects, you know, the millions of data subjects you're collecting data from. So that's one. The other instruments they can also use is they can enter into data sharing agreements with most of their data sources. For example, Safaricom, Airtel, and all that. And let me clarify something. When you anonymize data, you've removed personal identifiers. I want to clarify that data does not, such kind of data does not fall under the mandate of data protection, because you've sort of removed the risks to privacy. You cannot identify a natural person from anonymized data. So that data actually does not fall under our mandate as a data protection. But so long as data has identifiers, it falls under our mandate. And it can be guided by the data, you can enter into data sharing agreements with your bigger sources, say like Safaricom, Airtels, and all that. But remember, you already have a mandate as an entity, KNPS, to rely on that lawful basis to request for data from, from entities. I think that will probably facilitate. I know we've been receiving several requests as an office on whether, from institutions asking on whether they can share data with, say, another entity or not, right? Some of those data sets will not fall even under our mandate because they do not have personal identifiers. But where personal identifiers fall, we will advise that entity on the lawful basis that can be relied on to collect that data from another entity. Yes.
Wow, thank you so much for clarifying that. So that means when we need data, as long as it is de-identified, it is not in your mandate. That is very good. Yes. And well understood. Okay. Now, next I'm going to ask, I'll ask you to introduce yourself. From there, I'll pick your name, sorry. Yeah, so I understand you are representing the Youth CS organization. Yes. Okay. So another question I wanted to ask you is that, not really another question, but the first question is that we are here talking about technology, data gaps. And we know we really need live data to inform policy and the decisions. And it's only that way we can be able to move our SDG agenda forward in the race to 2030. And we are so lucky as a country that the youth are actually very, very digital savvy. Like they are digitally informed or advanced compared to we call them, are they the millennium generation?
Millennial.
Yes, the Gen Zs are very much on point when it comes to data access and maneuvering through technology. And sorry to say that considering there's high level of unemployment in the country, most of the youth are quite, should I use idle? Not really. Okay, let me say they have a lot of time and they spend so much time on digital information, like social media and stuff like that. However, when it comes to SDG data reporting, it has been identified that there is critical underrepresentation of youth and the community realities, especially when it comes to on jobs, poverty, mental health issues, climate vulnerabilities. Such kind of information, especially from the youth, it's underreported or misreported because, as Madam said here, they are still relying on the analog sources of data like census, which was conducted even before some of you were born, so meaning your data has not even been captured there. So how best do you think the youth can be really mobilized so that the data reporting challenges from the youth CSO perspectives and how these digital tools and the community-led technologies can help to close these gaps rather than widening them?
Thank you so much for finally getting to me, and I'll start this on a very high note.
By introducing yourself.
I know. Let's be honest. The reason why this invisibility is there is because mnafikiria si bado ni mafala. You've not created space for this. I mean, let's look at this. Harnessing technology. The Gen Zs have harnessed technology. That's why there's something called the gig economy, right? But on this panel, we don't have a creator who's earned from technology. We don't have a developer, a software developer, who's created an app. We don't have a young person who can teach us how to earn from their space that they have created, the gig space that they have created. Can we start with that? This is a silo. It does not have the space for the people in the digitization space to actually tell you what is going on there. And the funny thing is, you guys are regulating it, and you don't even know what happens there. Can we start there before I even introduce myself? Because I don't think my name is very important as compared to that issue. So we can start by saying, is there any creator here, anyone who's used the digital spaces to create, like to make money? And not just TikToks. I'm talking about you've used technology proper. You've used Python, you've used coding, you're a software developer, you're a creator, a serious creator. Yes, kindly, mkono. Look at that, what a shame, not even 99%. Oh my Lord. And we are here talking about it. And you're expecting this information will get to them. Look at the method of data collection we're talking about. KNBS or CPD. And then you added Safaricom and Airtel. You didn't even bother to include the people who are harnessing technology and digital transformation. This is an interesting panel to be in. But since I'm the one who's here, I'll introduce myself. My name is Precise Yowai Titus. I'm currently in the space of human-centered digitalization when it comes to the European Union. And what we're looking into is moving from these big corporations such as Airtel and Safaricom into community-based organizations and civil society organizations and putting digitalization there, so that we can all stop running to Safaricom for data, yet we have the data. I mean, I heard this madam talk about gaps, yet I know at least 5 people who work in these gaps that she's stating. What does that tell you? It means when these people come here, you overlook them. You put them in the space of being flower girls. You put them in the space of them being a key performance indicator instead of putting them in the space of being the professionals in those spaces. And you miss out on that, and it becomes a problem that you're now talking about. Yet your solution is right in front of you, but you do not want to take advantage of it because it's just a KPI. Yes? So one of the ways we can, have digitalization not fly over us. By the way, if you don't take advantage of that opportunity, most of these youths are hired by huge organizations. They leave the country, and that is talent that is not being tapped into. That is talent that is gone. That is a space that will not be invested in anymore. That is why it looks like most of opportunities are coming from outside, but in real science, outside came inside, took all your opportunities, took them outside, then now they are offering them to you because you're not looking at them. So can we start involving youth as professionals so that we can stop saying that they're invisible? So what I'll say is SDG reporting, it continues to miss this space, especially on jobs, poverty, and all that. So the data systems that you have, they don't capture lived experiences. Maybe that was a gap you mentioned. But we already have these models. You said we don't have the technology to do these things, but we have a lot of people in Kenya who are working in the large language models that can analyze up to trillions and trillions of terabytes of data. But hey, they have not passed the age of 35. They're still young, but you're not keen to understand what they're doing, so you're not involving them. We have people, very well-trained cloud engineers, Any cloud engineer? No, you did not involve them here. Now, how are you going to know how to engineer data and put it in the cloud and make it available to everyone if you don't have them in your space? You see? Hello, silo, hello. Are we going to accept our situation currently? I mean, you're putting someone here and the only thing they know to use is a Word document. Their best training is in computer packages. And you want them to talk about digitalization at a large scale. We recently had a hackathon where Africa was supposed to present its applications and developers in Kenya. And I think it was around, was it 34,000 or 340,000 app developers that came out, developed apps, and surprise, surprise, all those apps, none of them were bought by a single African country. Wote walipelekwa AFSEN. And these were solutions meant to go to the community. But no one is interested in investing in them. We create applications on issues, applications that help us mine data, annotate data, label data, understand data, move at the speed at which data is moving. You know, data is also being generated at an absurdly high speed. But you know, we're there closing our eyes. We don't want to see that happening. Because why? Hiyo ni mambo ya Gen Z. I heard you saying that the OCPD regulates anonymized data. But none of you are talking about the fact that when you get into a website, the first thing you see is accept cookies. What is accept cookies? What is accept cookies? Can anyone here answer that? Oh, unakula tu cookies. Ni vile si calories kwa hivyo uangali. Accepting cookies means this organization is going to take your data as is, put it in their place, and process it. Cookies ni email yako, yenye umetumia ku log into that space. That already identifies you because everyone has a unique place. Cookies is your exact location. Penye uko, ulikuwa unafanya nini, at what time, the latitude, the time. Kila stamp wanachukua wanaeka. So it's their job now to make that data anonymous. Do they know who said it? Yes. Are they going to say, well, if they are paid well, but you're not keen on making sure that such things are controlled by the OCPD? Okay, I'm sorry. I hate using these acronyms. They confuse me a lot, but so who is anonymizing the data? It's not you. Wewe ukiingia na email yako wameshashika hadi penye umeketi. Wao ndo wanaenda ku anonymize the data. So they already know who said what. Which means they have direct access to you, but we're not going to talk about that. So when it comes to this, the data systems, they do not capture the lived experiences. The data is still institutionalized. Let's be honest, and not community driven. I will talk about Ajira. When Ajira was first brought out, it was a very good initiative. But did they check to confirm whether the people kwa ground wanajua computer packages? No. They came straight. They want people with no experience so that these people can go and code. And they had the gap. No one knows how to code. So now they had to go back and start from computer packages. Even though una switch on computer, even though una switch off computer, even though, you see, we're not really going to see the lived experiences of the young people in this space who are trying to earn from these spaces. Yet we want to harness these spaces.
Okay, thank you.
Also, ya mwisho sasa, digitalization. But if we don't do that, the digitalization itafanya sasa hiyo inequality gap ikuwe kubwa. Okay? That's why you'll find that someone can easily learn software engineering abroad, come to Kenya, start an opportunity, grow really quickly with the resources that we have, and yet we can't take advantage of them. What does that mean? We don't know how to use the digital platforms to reduce poverty, increasing the poverty that is already there. Hello, you're already taxing the gig economy, yet it started the other day. You're already generating cyber bills for a space that is supposed to be making money for the current and future generation. What does that say? It says a lot. I think I'll stop there kidogo so that guys can pause and think about that.
Okay. Thank you very much for that elaborative. Hello? Hi. Okay. Are we together on the same space? Okay, that is quite exciting, and I'm happy everybody here is listening. And one thing that has always bothered my mind is that when we talk of Kenya, Kenya is for us all. When we talk of developing the country or spearheading the SDG forward, it's for all of us. And when it comes to community-generated data, it's for our mothers and fathers who are in the community. So we are not reporting this data to benefit the government, but to benefit our mothers, our sisters, who are disadvantaged in the rural areas, who don't know our technology and access. But it is so good that the government, or rather God, has blessed this Gen Z with digital economy, Python language, big data learning machines, and stuff like that. So as our country, not President Ruto's country, it is our country. And we're working together in developing our country. Back to you, Madam. You said digital economy is widening the poverty gap. Those who don't have access to technology are becoming more and more poor, and those who are technologically advanced are being hired by big companies and becoming more and more rich. So as youth, how best could you use this knowledge advancement that you have in helping the youth who are disadvantaged, in helping generating community-based data? Because I know Kenya Bureau of Statistics, their arms are wide open to welcome any innovation, any idea that can help them to run their data so smooth and effectively. I remember Florence has done a great job in the CSO. The CSOs were also crying like that. But she took an initiative and brought together all the CSO organizations, and now their voices can be heard through her. So, as a champion of the youth, what plans do you have? Like, are you looking at your fellow youth just suffering, the people in the rural areas suffering? This is our country, they are brothers and sisters. What initiatives have you brought on board, or are you planning to bring on board so that we move on the same pace?
Thank you so much for that. How best? I want to start. Acha tuanze na the fact that we are all agreeing the digital space is growing faster than anyone can catch up. Sote tumesikia tukiambiwa AI will replace us, si ndio? Kila mtu anajua AI will replace us, not how, when, how long it will take, but we all know that. But the first thing we can all agree on is data is always changing very fast, very, very fast. So we can start with real-time digital access mapping. When you create a free program, there are so many programs, digital programs, that are free and accessible to young people. But how you bring them to them without even informing them. I mean, mtu agenda computer packages alafu namwambia ende akasome cloud engineering. That gap tayari, hata elewa unasema nini. So one thing we talk about is, can we start by having these community-based or community-faced solutions more than a top-down approach? Tuachane na top-down approach, twende bottom-up approach. Because I have seen initiatives such as Amazon come to Kenya. By the way, this is a lived experience. Come to Kenya, train us, give us really, really good qualifications, but these qualifications are 100% rejected by the Kenyan government or the Kenyan space. And the next day, you will hear the Kenyan people complain that these skills do not exist. But when you offer them to them, they're like, no. They don't want them. Cloud engineering was being offered free of charge to anyone that was available. And I remember, I think within the first cohort, 400 youths came out, did the training, which was very intense, by the way. Going from computer packages to cloud engineering is no joke. But after that, when it came to data analysis, analyzing data, I'm sorry to say this, but KNBS would rather say they have a gap than now give employment to these cloud engineers to analyze the data for them. You'd rather say that than open the opportunities for these young people to show you their talents. And we start there, real-time digital access mapping. Map the people around you with the skills that you need. Large language modeling is no longer something that is abroad, it's here with us. There are so many people who can do this. Youth feedback platforms. Chache kidogo sana. The only places youths can give feedback ni on Twitter, by the way, na kwa comment section zenu, of which we still do. We give back a lot of feedback. These digital community reporting tools. Actually, this is something we are working on and championing with a colleague of mine called Morris, and in the African UN partnerships and the EU Youth Sounding Board, we're looking to create a kit where youth can get to access all this information and generate data. This platform will be generating data at a high speed. There are spaces that are there that can be taken advantage of. There's also community validation of government reported data. Hii data ya KNBS, tunaambiwangwa sote twende KNBS. Mbona KNBS hai distribute data yao? It's already anonymized. We've already been told it's anonymous, yes? That means we're already protected. Why isn't this being brought to the local? Mbona hapa? Mbona, but then, you know, you should be showing us what you have in those files because it's meant for us. Data is not collected to be sitting somewhere in a hard drive. Yeah. It's supposed to be coming down to us.
Okay. So, thank you for that concern, but I understand KLBS, they're not just seated, they're also doing much. Compared to where they were and where they are right now, there's a lot of transformations that have come up. And if you listened to yesterday's presentation from Kenya Bureau of Statistics, they have said that right now, if you want to know the progress of a particular indicator, it's just a click of a button to know where we are and where the targets are. That is a big plus to them. And as they are also struggling to see how best. And the reason why we have such platforms, such conferences, is to bring different minds together so that we can work together and see how best can we move forward. Yes, so I believe that having very good in technology, it's an idea that you should put it across to the development agencies. I understand the, how do you call them? The department, State Department for Economic Planning, you are hearing that. So I think in the country we have a very big potential from the youth. They have very advanced technology, although I don't know if we can afford to hire them. But it is, sometimes I am a sociologist and a community development person, and we really work to support and help communities first before you consider even getting. That one alone is a reward for the work you're doing. So I think it's high time you considered as teenagers, or rather not really, I can't call you teenagers, you are technologically advanced Gen Zs, so that you can see how best you can come up with platforms. It's never too late, because even you started from computer packages, but you moved on to cloud engineering and stuff. So there is no barrier for this person in the rural community also to be able to move from wherever he is to where he is supposed to be. You should be the top champions. Okay, so to add to that, now I have to move to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics.
Can I interrupt you kidogo?
Further.
Can I interrupt you kidogo?
Just a moment.
Umesema tuko expensive to hire.
So you've said you're hired by international companies. That's what I'm saying.
Umesema tuko expensive to hire.
No, I'm not saying you are expensive to hire. I said I don't know if you can afford to hire you because you are being used. I mean, you said you work for international organizations. You develop apps which are purchased. I don't know, but you will clarify it later. So let me ask the lady from the National Bureau of Statistics, Madam. So we are talking about technology. I heard you say that you are facing, there is a possibility of integrating technologies in SDG data collection, analysis, and reporting, but you have challenges of capacity in handling or using these advanced technologies. So I don't know, how far are you with integration of these big data, machine learning technologies, the Python things, and what are the major challenges, or what steps have you done beyond Kenya National Bureau of Statistics? You said, Madam said these platforms, cloud engineering, they're free access. Don't need money to access, to learn. So how are we?
Thank you, Roslita. Let me start by saying that we are taking notes. We are trying to be as in as possible, just like any other institution. Starting from this forum, I know it's very inclusive. It looks at age, gender, persons with disability. It's always good to listen to all voices. And that is how we can always solve problems or fill gaps. In that spirit, I'd also like to mention that the KNBS is very keen. For those who were in the National Statistics Conference last week, KNBS is very, very keen in engaging. Sorry for that hitch. KNBS is very, very keen in engaging the young talent. I remember the first panel we had during that conference was about how we can engage the youth in the universities to work with the data, the rich data sets that we have, which, by the way, are on our website. We have raw data sets. Yesterday, Sarah presented our website. And if you have the privilege, you can log in and go to our data portals. We have all sorts of raw data sets, so people can go there and play with the data. So we want to look at the solutions that can be solved by young people. They work with the data and try to solve practical problems in the economy, in the society, in the environment, and propose or bring these things up for discussion. And if things meet the quality criteria and they follow the standards, why not adopt those solutions for our society problems? For those who had the privilege of joining us to the end of the conference, there was a very rich showcase of youth or young talent during the dinner. They showcased all kinds of things they have done or the kind of playing they have done with the data, which was a very interactive and very rich experience. So in that sense, we are trying our best to open our doors and, with the limited resources, of course, to engage the youth and so that they can contribute in the data ecosystem. And one of our what do we call it, the theme of moving forward in the system is that it should be as inclusive as possible. The data ecosystem should be as inclusive as possible, including UNICEF bringing up the issue of the engagement of children in the data space. What is their contribution in the data space? Moving on the technological advancements or the milestones that we've achieved. From data collection, we ceased using paper interviews. So far, the data collection is automated using the computer-assisted personal interviews. And the same system is used to monitor the quality of the data as it comes from the field. For the government systems in the ministries and departments and agencies, we all know the Health Management Information System, the NIMES, that is the education system, the IFMIS. Most of them, or most of the government systems, have been automated, but given the gap that I mentioned earlier, that they need to be interlinked so that if you're following a person's record, the information in the health information system and the education information system should speak to each other. We've used geospatial data analysis. We are really building that capacity within KNBS and also spreading it out to other agencies. For instance, I'm happy to mention that 2 SDG indicators were computed using geospatial data. That is SDG 11.21. That is the access of the public, or the proportion of the population that can access to safe public transport. And SDG 11.71, that is the proportion of urban space that is open and accessible to all, that is within the cities. So those are the 2 SDG indicators that were computed using GIS. We are also working on linking, as I mentioned earlier, linking various government systems of data and ensuring that all these data can form insights, and so that we can fill some of the data gaps that can arise from that kind of integration. Yesterday, my colleague presented the SDG hub, or the open data platform. The previous presentation of the SDG National Indicator Framework I mentioned earlier was an Excel format. Like, the indicators were presented in an Excel form, which people could download and either draw insights or use the data that was uploaded. But we were happy to present the dashboards yesterday, where all the indicators are reported, and you can also visualize or get charts or download the data and play with it. Moving forward, with the support of Statistics Sweden, we want to move forward to having automated reports of the SDGs. So if you're following a particular indicator, whether you're a researcher or you're a policy maker, you're able to draw insights and generate a report on the same of the SDGs, which can guide you to make a decision based on that report. So that is the next step, like linking the data to the decision. Like, what are you going to use this data that has been uploaded? How are you going to draw insights that can inform the decision you're going to make? So yeah, those are the updates on what we've harnessed so far. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that elaborate information on how far you've enhanced technology in your data processing. So, so to this end, have one critical question for the ODPC office. And my question is that, so beyond regulating or giving approvals on matters of data sharing by protecting privacy of the subjects, so I don't know how can your office support integration of multiple sources of data into like a one joint platform that can be accessed freely without necessarily requiring, without necessarily waiting to be asked for, oh, I need this data, because I'm trying to imagine, like, if we wanted to know what form of food stuff that moves very fast in Naivas, for example, for food security planning purposes, it is very easy to tell from, you know, every food you buy is tallied in the computers at the cashiers. So all this data from multiple private agencies, how can we tap them into one joint platform? Like, for someone who wants to do marketing or wants to do some farming, he can say, the most moving food crops in this area is this, and this is the food that we need to export to these markets. So is there a way we can amalgamate all multiple private sources of data into a one joint platform for just a click of a button?
Thank you, Doc. Let me start by saying, yes, again repeating, ODPC regulates processing of personal data. And if you look at the Act, the Data Protection Act and General Regulations 2021, there are some processing activities that have been identified as high risk to privacy, you know. And one of those processing activities is what you've just mentioned, integration of systems, integrating two systems so that they can communicate. And if the data sets being integrated, again, has personal identifiers, then it falls within the purview of ODPC. And what then is required in such circumstances? The Act guides that institutions that are integrating data conduct what we call a data protection impact assessment. This is simply put, it's just a risk assessment on privacy related concerns. I mean, you look at the life cycle of that system, of that data, from the very beginning to the very end, and identify risks in every step that will compromise privacy, of data subjects. Once such an exercise is conducted, that report is submitted to us for our review. And we will review such report, make our recommendations, which are communicated back to the entity. So that's one exercise that I'll recommend that can be done if, again, those data sets have personal data. On the conversation of having sort of a master, I don't know what a master database that is fed by sort of multiple sources, that conversation will probably be beyond our paycheck. Yeah, it will probably be handled at maybe data governance level, ministry, probably KNBS and all that. But us will just come into interrogating whether, if there are personal data that is involved, then how are they being processed? And they have to be processed within the confines of the Act.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'm informed that my time is over. And so I think from the conversations going on here, I think the State Department for Economic Planning should consider having another regulatory authority that handles the identified data, because it seems that these ones are not going to help us here. So what I want us to say at this moment, because my time is not on my side, I'm going to give each and everyone 1 minute to talk of any issue that has not mentioned that seems to be burning. I'll start from my immediate left.
Thank you again, Doc. I think my parting shot will be, as we race to 2030 with this SDG agenda, before that data is aggregated, is anonymized, is pseudonymized, it must have been, some of the data sources must have been data of individuals and all that. And then, in that case, then, privacy issues come into this conversation. So our rallying call as ODPC is, as we race to 2030, let's also protect the privacy of Kenyans, of data subjects, and we are open to partner in that front. We have so many initiatives, that we can partner with all the SDG stakeholders to ensure that, privacy of data subjects is protected in this race. Thank you.
Let me use my time for a parting shot to explain about anonymized data. From the experience of KNBS, we have a lot of raw data sets that have been uploaded that are anonymized, so there are no identifiers. Because one of the principles of statistics is that you should uphold confidentiality of your respondents. So those data are freely accessible. The only gap comes into when we want to get some data on daily indicators that are mostly generated on our mobile phones, on our computers, which lay in mobile service providers like Safaricom, and the tech companies linked in the social media companies. So those are the kind of data sets that we'd want to harness and put together so that it can complement and fill a number of data gaps. But the issue is not even on anonymization. I think that can be done with a click of a button. But the issue is that these companies are profit making. So they'd want to monetize the data. So how are we going to do it? Are we going to use the entire Kenyan budget to buy the data, or are we going to look for a way of mutual benefit between us and the tech companies to ensure that we get data so that we do not want to wait for 1 year for us to know the status of the economy? We can do it more regularly based on the data from the mobile service providers and the tech companies. Yes, I use that for my parting shot. But I think the future is bright given the advancements in technology. Thanks.
As the youth in this, you asked him a question and he told you it was out of his scope, but it's within my scope. Again, you see, I have your answer, but you're not asking me. There is large language models that compile data at a dangerous speed, seconds. What you want, we have, but you're not asking for it from us because you think we don't have it. You see? So for me, what I can say is human-centered digitalization gives us unprecedented opportunity to build a data ecosystem that is very inclusive, ethical, and grounded in everyday life. So if you don't cut us from that equation, you can embed us into those data systems, and you'll be shocked what we will generate. We are not a KPI, embed us. Don't ask them, ask us. We already know, we are in the space. We're already working on these things. And some of us, but most of us do these as hobbies. We don't even charge for them. Stop letting our talent go abroad. Stop letting us feel valued in other spaces. They say charity begins at home. Lakini pia, a prophet is hated most at his home, sindio? So next time there is a talk on digitalization, I'm hoping to see young people in so that you can get the solutions that you need. We have them. So don't sideline us.
Thank you so much. We are not sidelining. You see, you have to come to this space and talk what you can offer for us to know how we can integrate you into our systems.
The next time we can debate.
Now, what I've seen from you is that our Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, they have solutions at just by her left side. So, I think now what you need to tell us, Madam, is how do you want to be engaged so that you can feel you've been engaged?
As professionals. Iteni developers hapa, ukiuliza, is there a way to do this? Anakwambia, yes, I'm actually working in Python. This is what I have done. I have this code that you can use to combine everything. Ndio ukienda, hata before utoke uende pale, tayari uko na ile information. There are guys who are already doing this.
Where are they? How can we reach them?
Why didn't you create a space for them? They're not here. Only one
now, as
is
you,
here.
As the champion of people in the cloud
space. Next time, involve me in the planning of this. I will bring them to you. As a matter of fact, you will see the solutions being offered free of charge.
So
but
you,
next time, pay us.
as the champion, you as the champion of people in the cloud, and as people on the ground. And ask people on the ground who don't have wings to fly to the cloud, to reach to those people in the cloud. How can you bring them from the cloud so that they can reach us here on the ground so that we can work together in the race to 2030? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a very exciting hot debate, but I'm happy it has come to an end and nobody has been hit.
Actually, as long as there are no papers flying, chairs, which we see in other forums. No, wait, because we have to give the opportunity to the solution providers. Are you seated here by there? Who is willing to engage the Gen Z? Stand up. Yeah?
I'm here.
Fantastic. So there's going to be just a very quick round of reflections. But to be perfectly honest, I agree. I agree with everything she said because I'm also in the data and technology space. Even the solutions that are being provided here, did you know, even with the technology companies that are employing our young people, all the solutions you are seeing, the new things, they are being developed in Nairobi. Do you know where they go? They go to San Francisco, in the Silicon Valley. Then they are launched as global products of Google, of X, of all these big companies. But do you know who is developing them? It's Kenyans. Are you aware? We are not even using 0.001 of our talent pipeline in this country. Pure natural talent. Young people who were born at 3 years old, they were given a mobile phone. At 6 years old, a 6-year-old who can go into your gadget, your smartphone right now, you have no clue the capability of that phone. And I know your children are doing it, right? You tell them, I'm stuck here. Within 2 minutes, it's your 6-year-old, 7-year-old that is providing a solution for you. Pure natural talent. Yeah? We should not be arresting them. Yeah? And let me tell you, Kenya, for sure, I can guarantee you, Kenya has the potential. We are just sitting on it. And we are poor by choice. In the newly launched National Artificial Intelligence Strategy, which we worked on with the Ministry of ICT, we actually recognize that this is a challenge. And we don't have capacity as a country to absorb the talent that we have. We can actually export it. And it's very possible. The young people who are sitting in bed sitters, they're exporting a lot of products, generating a lot of products. So it's actually possible. What we need is a framework that provides the space for young people to thrive and to offer solutions. They are there because they are developing them for other countries and not just Kenya. We have somebody online, right? So there's a hand up online. We'll just hear that as the first reflection from plenary. I get a sense that we need a pre-event, what are you calling them? We engage with the young people on these matters because we can't have 1-hour sessions that comprehensively can cover these issues. But let's hear the reflection from online, and then I'll come back to you for very quick reflections and solutions. Remember the rallying call. If you can answer your own question, answer it instead of asking it. Online?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Nancy Ambayo, Executive Director, Aquafin Foundation from Rarieda, Siaya County. Mine is just to appreciate the conference planning team. It's very important to us. I've learned quite a lot from this. And being somebody providing solutions under healthcare, under CSOs, I'm building on telemedicine and telehealth consultation solutions. It's very important to learn from this team how I can equally in terms of technology and upscale upward. Thank you so much. I'm not tech savvy, but at least I need to bring to my people down at the community. So I really need a team like this. Thank you.
Excellent. Very brief, concise to the point. Now I'll be going online for all the questions and reflections. Hapa mmesumbua sana. Arnold, set the precedence.
So, good afternoon. My name is Arnold Gekonge from Champions for SDGs Youth. And I'm happy to see that conversation going on there. And I agree with the recommendations provided by the youth representative in the panel. one very important thing that I want to add is that once we come to the table, we want to be engaged as professionals. And you've highlighted that we can offer that for free. No. Ensure that you pay us accordingly, and because we've taken time to build the skills and even acquire the knowledge. And so if you're going to come to the table and then I expect to get that for free for a long period of time, then we are sorry again.
Yes, we need to monetize. Even the AI strategy recognizes monetization of digital transformation, data science, artificial intelligence. We have to monetize. It's one of the key pillars in that national strategy. Go online and look for it. The Kenya National Artificial Intelligence Strategy. Because again, when you say AI, the people from agriculture will think it's artificial insemination, and it's not. Hmm?
Good afternoon. I'm Patricia Kamene, and I love the discussion about technology. And I have a reflection here. When it comes to technology, I'm a person with visual impairment, and technology is key into my life, actually. But when you talk about adapted technology, we are being left behind. I'm using a smartphone, yes, but I remember in 2019, I had to travel all the way from the village to go to Nairobi to be taught how to use a smartphone. And not any smartphone, because you have to go for a gadget. Because when you settle on a lower, on a smartphone that is of a lower quality, the technology that I'm using, which is TalkBack, won't go well with that phone. So you have to settle on a gadget. That is Samsung and other big phones. Huh? So, a lady talked about Jaws. Do you know Jaws is 100,000 or 70,000, which is the cheapest, which is very expensive. And when we come to us doing technology or reading technology, we are only allowed to do the packages, the 5 packages. We don't have a degree or a diploma or a master's in adapted technology, which is not right. Because if I want to get an employment, or if I am interested in specializing in adapted technology, I have nowhere to go and specialize in. Because there's no those institutions, there's no any professor who's going to teach you, because they are not aware. If you're going to have these people in our heart, which are person with disability, and focus on the adapted technology, at least we're going to be catered for. And we're going to be a little bit comfortable. Because, so many things are being developed in the developing country, and when they are brought in the African continent, they are quite expensive, and we cannot afford them. And we say that we are the same? No. We are talking about not leaving anyone behind, but persons with disability are being left behind, and technology is quite expensive when it comes to ours. Thank you.
A round of applause. And I'm happy you're talking about adaptive technologies. Go online and look at what a young man called Bernard Chira is doing in that particular space. Amazing products. And he's leading actually globally in terms of developing and adapting technology for people living with disabilities. So we'll go to the back because of inclusion, and then we come to the front to flow. I might wrap up there.
So thank you very much. And I'm just throwing a challenge to the Ministry, the State Department for ICT, but not only them, but also Safaricom. Your people are aware that older people are being paid the cash transfer through M-Pesa. That is a service that Safaricom is paid to provide to older people. And I spoke yesterday about the siloing. How is the Ministry, the State Department for ICT, working with the Ministry of Social Protection, actually to ensure that older people are empowered? Because you see, as it is for now, they are receiving the cash transfer, most of them through a proxy. How sure are we that they are enjoying that money? So I'm just throwing up a challenge that moving forward then, how, even the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, how many older people can you count in this country that can comfortably use a mobile phone? Many of them are experiencing what we call the financial abuse. That is ageism. Thank you.
So exclusion, and I think we talked about digital transformation and exclusion. They're not. They actually there's a correlation between digital adoption and exclusion, because the more you adapt technology, the more you're excluding certain communities, and we have to balance between the two. But it has to be deliberate, just like we've done with other initiatives. Over to you, Flo.
Thank you very much, and I really, really like this conversation. I say this because this is one of the things we discovered as a forum, that we are really leaving behind young people in terms of what they are able to do, the creativity. The world has changed in terms of the issues of digitalization, how the world is revolving around, what needs to be done, the new innovations that Kenya can really tap into. And yet, just confirming what David said, that when you look through a lot of the young people globally who have been appreciated or who are in the forefront of this innovation is actually people coming from Kenya. There's a very good big number of young people coming from Kenya. And so we cannot be talking about SDGs here, and we're not giving the young people that space. It can't just be a conversation. I know it's a good place. I know we have started somewhere having this conversation, but then how do we move this conversation into something tangible? If it's policy gaps, how do we identify maybe what policy gaps are there? How do we maybe work with our members of parliament in the room, work with other policymakers in government to ensure that that can be done? If it's bringing them on board, I think, again, as the Interagency Technical Working Committee, how then do we capitalize or tap into this great, like the innovations Ken-based can utilize, others can utilize around that. So there's a very, very good and big opportunity that we are not utilizing as a country that we need to start rethinking. I may not have the answers myself, as I'm also wondering. I didn't even know about the cookies. I was busy. I'm always accepting all cookies. So how do we keep learning? How do we, make sure that this is one of the great resources that we have as a nation? So we can't talk about SDGs if we're not talking about the available resources, the available opportunities that are being brought forth by the current generations. And so, of course, the conversation can be very tough, listening to all of you talking. But of course, at the end of the day, what is important, we have to be in agreement. We have to get to a point where we communicate continuously, like we master the art of communication, of how Gen Z speak, for example, and how maybe some of us speak. But there's nothing wrong with how people express themselves. It's just a matter of agreeing that we are maybe working towards the same goal. So I guess I enjoyed the conversation because that's what I watched and looked at. And so to the young people out there, please reach out to all of us as the Interagency. I think next time or during our review meetings, we'll want to talk more about how do we capitalize on that moving forward. Thank you.
Can I say something? I'd love to recognize SDGs Kenya Forum for hosting a hackathon that happened in 2024. It's generated several applications that have become a success actually globally. That, I don't know, SDGs Kenya Forum, I know you don't know, but the number one anger app that came out last year was recognized globally in a hackathon by OpenAI. Those who don't know OpenAI, that is ChatGPT, and it now has a patent. And it's an app teaching about climate change and agriculture. So I think I will champion and say congratulations to SDG Kenya Forum for doing that within less than 1 year, by the way.
You hear? So we're going places. Time limitations again. It's a really interesting conversation. But like I said, we still have this team around. None of you are leaving now, right? Or this afternoon. So let's engage them over lunch. If you have an idea about solutions out there, but we're going to task the Secretariat and the Interagency working group to have programs that run throughout the year, so that by the time we come to the annual meeting, then we are presenting solutions. Actually, to be really nice to see solutions, right? Not just discussions. We want to see solutions. We want to discuss in terms of plans, action plans. The academia is already being mobilized by Prof. And so there is a real great opportunity for us to come together to move this agenda forward. over to you to maybe just quickly run through and close the panel.
Okay, thank you so much. As the moderator, I'm very grateful for your attention. Even if some were sleeping, they could sleep and wake up and continue with the conversation. Yeah, so one thing I could say is that really technology is the in thing here, and without technology, we're going to be left behind. Leave alone saying leave nobody behind. It's now the nobody or everyone is going to be left behind with technology. So, so my parting shot also we can see issues with technology. To be honest, the Gen Zs are very much informed, on point, and updated. That one goes without any debate. So the Gen Zs, as the champion of the people in the cloud, I don't know if you are also the champion of people in the space, if there are others in the space, your voice cannot be heard if you work in silos. Can you come up with a coalition of Gen Zs in the cloud? And to be like their champion, the way Florence is a champion for CSOs. So that Ambassador had mentioned about the SDG framework. Can we have a space for the coalition of people in the space in that SDG framework so that we can be able to see how best we can in this race to 2030? Okay. So that is my parting shot, and thank you so much for everything, and you are great people. Thank you.
So please take your group photo. Now, I'm going to do something unusual. Another panel has been closed, but we have somebody here who's been running our digital platforms and everything, and he has something to say. So I'll give him an opportunity to introduce himself, and then make the comment, because he has a burning issue as a Gen Z.
Not a Gen Z per se. My name is Kevin from Faraji Media Limited. And of course, this has been a very tough conversation, which we cover these conferences differently to different places, and this conversation keeps coming up every now and then. And so probably my challenge will be to millennials here. There's the Gen Zs na kuna wengine. Lakini millennials wangapi wako hapa ndani? Millennials. Millennials, this is a challenge to all millennials. This is a challenge to all millennials because you play a very big role in bridging the gap between our generation wakuji yetu na Gen Zs. I've always said this everywhere I go, that there's a disconnect in understanding between Gen X and millennials. There's a very big misunderstanding, and that is why we are having this conversation on, and kama hakuna solution. Millennials, the role is really, iko na nyenye, to bridge this gap together. And so I'll challenge someone like Okanda. Okanda, you have an organization that deals with youth. You see, you'd have pushed SDGs to bring 2 or 3 people as young people to this conference, because you understand how they think, how they operate, and you understand how Gen Zs think and how they operate. So millennials, you have to rise up seriously. Otherwise, tutachina tukisema Gen Z, including precise. Uko na hiyo kazi. Asante.
Round of applause. It's a challenge well accepted. So let's transition, Prof. There's a millennial coming to moderate the next segment. Prof. No, how can you call Prof the lost generation? Eh? You want to be here until 4 p.m., right? Eh? Prof, like we say, sisi ndio tuko, si ndio? Sisi ndio tuko, sisi ndio tunajua, eh? But now we are going to include the Gen Zs. Yeah? Hatubanduki. And I'm told they are online presenters, so be on standby with the technology, make sure it's working.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll quickly transition to this panel, and then we have the closing. When I release you for lunch, the next time I'll be seeing you is at 6 p.m. for the Gala Awards. See, we're in agreement. No, we'll give you all the information. It will not be here. We'll give you all the information that you need, including the logistics for this evening, soon after this panel. Prof, all set?
Let me make a few comments. I think we are Gen A, A, B, C, D, and then back, AA. But Tupo, I think I want to tell the young girl who made some comments there. I think at times let's be careful about our statements. Open University is one of the areas we're teaching AI. In fact, if you have done your homework, we have moved from adaptive AI to we're not talking about adaptive AI anymore. We are talking of agentic AI. And there's a whole difference when you look at that. So get your facts, team. I think that is important. Right? And I want to take my sister there, Fro. Thanks, Fro. We learn from each other. Mother Teresa said, if a mother listens to me, she will learn something. If I listen to her, I'll learn something. So this hurabau about this, I'm Gen Z, I'm whatever, let us listen to each other. Everybody has something to bring to the table. I think that is important, team. We have everything to bring to the table. And I want to challenge the team who was here. Data is actually a natural resource as we talk. It's the oil of today. And it's only useful if it can help you to make decisions from reactive to predictive analysis. Indeed, data is a public good. And that's the essence perhaps you get from there. But I think it's important as we look at this space, and I heard Fro and everybody else, of AI. AI will never answer you why. And that's where we are going wrong. Because most of us don't answer why. I like when the child asks you, Gideon, a child asks you, have your child ever asked you, Daddy, why is the grass green? Because they want to learn. AI will never tell you that. Why? And there are 5 things it will never do, AI. It has no emotions. If I love this girl, I'll show her, I'll take out the emotions. Mwari? Simple. It has no intuition. It has no imagination, creativity, and most important, it has no ethics. Bashir, where do you want to go? So let's look at it with some sense of responsibility. And I'm serious what I mean that. Like what I say there. Let's do whatever we do with a sense of responsibility. And I think, Director, we all have something to bring on the table, including you, who is Zen B. I'm A, you are B. I want to share something here, team, before I ask the team here about financing. And Julius, where, I thought you'd be here, Julius, or you're cool there? Because you brought something on Wednesday which was very good. And I want to stretch that. We are looking at bridging the gap. How do we finance SDGs? Why do we finance? Perhaps in a more perspective, how do we finance development budget? Not, hey, Dominic. Sova? Good to see you, my brother. Did you come today or yesterday or when? Okay. And what was I talking about? Financing development. I think government today are just paying salaries and rents for those houses. That is a very tough thing. And how do we bridge that? Next slide, please. Next slide, sir. Unampatia kakitu hapa sijui kwa namna gani. Kenya specific SDG financing is actually impacted by the global and what is happening. It is. And I deliberately asked him to come here. And we are facing, perhaps, my good man, we are facing that $4 trillion US dollars. Africa is taking about 194. Kenya, you can see we have issues. We have strained paying our debt. We have issues with the serious, and I actually put the word serious, transaction costs. I'm baptizing it. It's actually corruption, right? I don't know whether you have read something which is going in the social media. Have somebody got something in the social media which means the bank called CIDIC, is it called CD or CIDINI? CIDIAN, whoever owns it. It made 470% profit. Think about 400% profit. For equity, KCB, they were making like 30. I hear everybody in government is allowed to take their deposits there. I think it's owned by Mwende and the group. So we are saying serious. Let's go. And this is pointed, Julius, you raised yesterday. The next slide, sir. This is how much. Sorry, if you are senior, you cannot see it. But if you're okay, you can see it. You can see the general picture, right? This is how much we have as Kenyans, as taxpayers. We have disbursed to the counties from 2013 to 2014 up to 2023, 2024. That's how much we have disbursed. There's something which comes out very clearly. That one going up is Nairobi County. Followed by the last but one, that's Turkana County. How much they have been getting from our taxpayers. So you can see the second county which gets a lot of funding is actually Turkana. Right? Tuko pamoja? Let's go to the next slide. This is the head count poverty, 23%. Ya mwisho hapo chini ni Nairobi. Iko juu Turkana. Sasa look at this hand. You're giving me all this, but nothing, everything is going down. What is there between? Nauliza, can we bring AI to tell us what is happening? But I'm challenging every one of you. Get an AI to ensure that we start conferences, especially for government, on time. Can we get an AI to help us to come away? We can start government meetings on time. Don't look at me like that. I'm serious, my sister. Now, that tells you, if you look at that graph, this data is from the Bureau. Sarah, this is from the Bureau. So I'm not cooking my own data. Let's go to the next slide, the last one. Last slide, please. AI imekwama. You know we are going to dance. Waweru nikiwe many. The next slide. Don't confuse him. 2023, it was 63.4 in Turkana. 2025 is 64.3. Nairobi has also come. So these are very conflicting, and this is why we challenge you, even the Gen Z. Why do we have this conflicting information? The question, why? Because yesterday we were told our Gini coefficient is about 37%, which means we are okay, but the poverty level is increasing. Why? Okay, I'll stop it there. But I'll get my team here. Julius, we're in context now. And maybe start with you, Julius. Why? Gen Z will not, AI will not help you in that, Julius. Online. Okay, I'll get them. Okay, so the team we have here. Sorry? Sorry, my team here is, we start with Charles. Charles is at the TO, that's correct, Tunui? Is the TO head of his PhD. Good work he's doing. Hii rafiki ya kwangu huyu kabisa, behind the tent. We normally meet behind the tent. And then we have accelerators, but we do for Propua. You look at SDGs. Johnson, John? Daktari. Takuita daktari. Muhathiri. Bado muhathiri, tuseme. The CEO of Water Fund, right? Ah, yes, yes. This is a man I'm looking for. And we really want to engage. And I think Festus was very clear. We would like to have you on board. And my old friend, as one of the serious economists we have in this country, serious being, he was one as an economist at State House. And how many have we gone to State House anyway? So, Julius, I'll start with you. And I know you want to leave Daktari, but I'll find you an opportunity. Where is the narrative?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
And we have WHO, World Health Organization, Dr. Jeremiah Mushosho, and then Dr. Ann Obai Water Fund. They are online. Ann, can you hear us? Ann, upo? Daktari, WHO, upo? Okay, let's start with this. They'll join us.
Good afternoon, colleague.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Okay, you just listen to us. We'll come to you on that side. We just presented something on terms of disbursement and terms of how it translates to development. Maybe you could plug in as we discuss. But hold in there. We'll come back to you. Julius.
Yeah. Thank you, for that. Maybe you saw what I presented through Turkana County 3 weeks ago. The governors, when actually during a meeting with the governor, because I presented that 2 pictures of the amount of money which since the devolution and the amount of the money which the county received and the poverty levels. And they looked surprised because they were asking for money. Yeah, because now you're asking for money, but you cannot account for the money which you have. It's in numbers from since in devolution for Turkana, it's received around 136 billion. And somehow those numbers, if you look at the numbers, which in terms of before devolution, I think poverty level was almost like 80%, and then now you get after 10 years almost 77%. I'm talking about monetary poverty. So it means in 10 years, after using 136 billion, you have reduced poverty by 2%. So you can calculate how many years you need to reduce to eradicate poverty in Turkana, which means that every decade you reduce by 2%. But then now the amount of money which you are spending is so much, and you still asking for much money. And I'm talking about transfers. I'm not talking about the donor money. I'm not talking about all that.
It's from the National Treasury.
National Treasury. Even the donors are, it's all that. And that's why I said from the word good, we can get all money, we can get everything you have there, as long as there's no mechanism for accountability.
Right.
To ensure that, you have the leadership and accountability mechanism, so that this money which they are receiving is utilized for the purpose to address the interventions which have been identified, but effectively. Because you can really be, I remember when you can be able to go and have many people, can have people working, very hard working, but producing nothing. That's the kind of thing which actually which we are having. If you look at in the country, even in terms of this budget, whether it is the budget which is there, the utilization, look at also the development angle of this budget. I think for all the counties, it's only narrow. I think there are around 5 counties, if I can remember. Yeah. They are the ones who actually have used their development budget, which is around 30%. All other counties, like in Nairobi, I think is 5% development. All the others goes to recurrent. I want to see, I would want yet to see a country in the world which has developed from recurrent. Just eating. Similarly, and this is again another elephant in the room, public debt. In the public debt, when every 100 shillings, like in Kenya, every 100 shillings we generate, 68 shillings are going to pay the debt. So you are left with you are left with maybe 40 shillings. Now, 40 shillings, you pay for operations, you pay, I mean, there's no way the country can be able to move from that. And remember, there's no development, I mean, ODA. There's no ODA. Right. Let's be sincere. Yeah. There won't be no ODA going forward. So, what is it do we need to be able to do better? I believe that first, we need to be able to utilize what we have effectively and efficiently. And the first thing, and I wish we were Korea, is it not Korea? The ones who shoot, the ones who are corrupt. If you are actually being found, actually you are a thief, and we shoot on the, but don't quote me. Don't quote me as a UN person. This is my own. If you can demonstrate by that, remember the Taylor, Charles Taylor, right. When he was the president, and then he would be walking in the street, and then he was being surrounded, of course, by the security. And he asked, why can't he walk without the security? Then he was told that it is because it is very dangerous to walk in the street because of mugging and all that. Then he said he wants to empower them. He corrected all those people who are mugging, they were called to be empowered so that they don't mug people. And they were all killed. All that problem was
sorted.
That problem was sorted.
Thank you, Julius. That is his personal opinion. As he says, I had also advocated the same when I was in the Vision 2030. I think you have set a space even for the first question, which we are really trying to look at what are the primary barriers. And I think what Julius is saying, unless we stop that leakage, probably we have a difficult task here. It's not that we don't collect. We are actually among the people who collect a lot of taxes. And people want to pay taxes, but I want to see what that tax is doing. So I think he has said that very, very clearly. Perhaps with that in mind, notwithstanding that, I want to start with my brother here. So then, and let's have leap of faith. Leap of faith. Leap of faith is you believe it to happen. You know, there was a joke that on Saturday they wanted to go and pray for this, for the lane where my brother comes from, Davis. And the community came, and nobody came with an umbrella. So they have no faith that is going to rain. So the priest says, people of little faith, I will not pay for the... We have faith that will do what Jesus is telling us. How can you look at various fighting mechanisms, and I think you are spotting it, and I'm looking here when you look at PPPs, the expressway, those who can recall. I'm looking at green boards, right? I'm looking things like domestic financing, community-led initiative, the climate. How can we do that so that we can look at the opportunities, or how can we leverage on implementing the SDGs? Or any other you might have. Of course, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Prof. And everyone for being part of this important conversation. My name is Dr. Johannes Atela. I'm the director of the Africa Research and Impact Network. So we work across various SDGs and across about 36 African countries with the two particular mandates. One is to consolidate evidence in terms of what works for SDGs and what does not work. And number two is to bring stakeholders together so that we are able to make visible some of the innovations that are happening within the SDGs space, whether financial, technological, or innovation. So when I had the Gen Z's contributions, I think those were spot on points in terms of how do we make visible some of the things that are happening in different contexts, because it's not that nothing is happening. So much is happening. It's just that it's not, visible. I want to quickly just say 4 things, which I think are critical in terms of just think about the leap of faith. It is true that for us to achieve the SDGs and for us to make progress in the SDGs towards 2030, we need resources. And there's nothing we can do without resources. So the big question is, where are we able to get these resources? Or how can we rethink ways in which we can access resources? There has been so much conversations around limited resources, around corruption, and all these things, we know them. But in a forum like this, I want to challenge us that how do we begin to think transformatively about really mobilizing resources, even from spaces that we have not been able to access, including the role of the private sector in this process. And I think that's what Prof is asking. So my number 1 point is that the aspect of transitions, resource transition, is very critical. For a very long time, our SDG interventions have been funded by what my brother here called the ODA. Those are grants that we depend on because, as it's rightly put, much of our budget, the public budget, goes into recurrent expenditures. So that means that we do not have adequate resources to support SDGs in whichever sector. And that means that then we have to depend on external donors to be able to help us to support those interventions, which is not bad. I have no problem with that. But the big question is that how do we transition those opportunities, donor opportunities, into sustainable frameworks? How do we ensure that the grants that are time-bound, maybe they're 5 years, given to implement a project in water, community water supply, or in any other initiative, but after 5 years, the whole grant is done.
I want you to summarize so that we can give the other opportunities.
Okay, I'm doing that, Prof.
Please.
Yes, so the issue around beginning to develop business models from the grants that support SDGs is very important. And that's what I call the transition from the grant and ODA into business perspective and the private sector involvement in the process. Number two is the issue of synergies. Already there's a lot of interventions being funded, but some of these sometimes overlap across ministries, across sectors, and I think there is need to think about how to create a framework that really brings all these interventions together in a synergistic way. If we do that, then we are likely to achieve what we call complementarity, but also the issue that has been raised around the efficiency of resources is very critical. Number three, and the last, is the issue of sustainability. How do we ensure that the resources that are available for the SDGs are sustainable? And that links to my first point around building sustainable business models from the opportunities that we have. And finally, Professor, the aspect of reporting and accountability. This is also very critical for SDGs because in as much as we know so much is going on, we really don't have adequate reporting frameworks to be able to capture all the things that are happening, including what the Gen Zs were talking about here. So there's a lot that is left out. And because of that, some of our best innovations from different contexts sometimes are not visible for investments, but also for policy. Okay. We need to have a reporting and tracking frameworks that can really profile our best SDG actions to the world, to investors, and to the policymakers. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. I think you, Judy, Nicholas, please be a bit to the point. I think Davis, I really support you in terms of, it's something you go to a conference, I can actually write what will be discussed. It's sad. Because we are not adding value. What is this differently? Nicholas, perhaps we can look at. If you look at the narrative today, one of the institutions which is having difficulties in funding is UNDP. And that's a fact. I have an engagement in Lesotho, but they can't get me there because the funds are not there. And it's basically two things. Trump, can't rule it out. And secondly, what's happening in Europe, right? They are putting more money into their budget of defense. What is this? What is this we can do from the development partners? Bilateral, multilateral. And the narrative, we all know, it's perhaps something, I'm trying to see you like a magician here, but you have that capacity, I suppose. And then I was probably asked the same question from our colleague in WHO. So what is this we can do in the environment we know we are in? Because a country must develop. And Julius, you're right. You can't develop by recurrent. Nicholas.
Thank you so much, Prof. So let me be quick on this. Just like Prof yesterday, you insisted that you wanted to be a president for 1 month. You would change, if I remember, what was it on? Was it infrastructure or something?
Food productivity.
Food productivity. And you wanted to be the president for 1 month.
Yes.
So.
But you'll not be in my cabinet at all.
Yeah.
So don't start having ideas.
Exactly, exactly. Now, if I would be the president for 3 months, 100 days, I would relook at the constitution again. I see our members of parliament are here. I think, Prof, we would start, first of all, our local issues here. We would start by relooking at this constitution, especially the costing. But having said that, you're asking what is really happening, especially at the multilateral level. Let me give you these statistics if it can hit, you will know what you can do about it. In 2022, the ODA in Kenya came down from 3.99 in 2020 to 2.65 in 2022. In a difference of 2 years, our ODA came down by 33% 0.5%. That should worry all of you. It should worry all of us. This is a going concern, and I just said that is 2022. So I don't have the figures for 2025, but I can tell you, and my colleague Jokera actually here can confirm that it is actually worse. It is getting actually to a level that is becoming very challenging for all of us. Prof will be able to give some of the statistics very soon, because we are looking, working on what is called Global Partnership Effectiveness Development Cooperation, the roundtables of reporting. So we are doing the one for 2025, which you've just submitted. But I wanted to say this, Prof. We have the monster in the house, which is the debt, with 65% of our GDP. It has reached 65%. We have the service, debt servicing, which is actually taking almost half of our revenues. Now, we are only pushing for what we are now calling innovative financing. And I think you've actually seen a lot of this now coming on sectors like infrastructure, energy, and that is what we are going to emphasize more. But I just want to say that alongside that, the innovative financing, there is a lot of emphasis now on resource mobilization, especially on domestic resource mobilization. That's why yesterday I said there is an initiative that is currently ongoing we have like 14 countries in Africa, Kenya included, and it's called Tax for SDGs initiative. So we are working with the Kenya Revenue Authority now on some of these initiatives, one including the High Net Worth Individual Initiative, right. AI. So these are some of the initiatives that we are looking now to say, what can we do beyond the tight fiscal space that we're operating in? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Domestic borrowing, and I think it's important we revisit that, because it ties up with what Julius was saying. Then you must demonstrate those domestic resources are being used well. By the way, SACCOs, as we talk today, the SACCOs have about 500,000 billion shillings. SACCOs. And you know the issue of money, when you have it there and you're not investing, it doesn't help. That's perhaps an opportunity there. The WHO, my colleague, you have had a lot of bashing from Trump and the new Secretary for Health, one of the Kennedys. I don't know what's wrong with his voice. And even your director, the gentleman, I don't care whether he's still the one from Ethiopia, that there's a lot of threat in terms of WHO, in terms of funding, in the context that we are getting perhaps more preventable diseases and more curative diseases getting to us. So how do we plug in as a development partner with such important arm of the United Nations, the WHO? You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please
yes, if you can make it short to the point, would be great. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. There's an echo. I don't know what's happening that side, but you can hear me loud and clear. I can proceed.
We can hear you. I think proceed.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Dr. Jeremiah Mshosho. I am leading the Climate Change, Health and Environment team in the WHO Africa region. And indeed, we are in a period where the problems of the world are moving faster than the way we are actually addressing the problems. And what we are seeing is a sort of a relevance gap which needs to be closed by innovation, including innovative financing mechanisms and new ways of doing things. But allow me to start by saying that health is the foundation upon which all development and prosperity are actually built. A society cannot learn, cannot earn, cannot grow, cannot innovate if its people are actually unwell. So I'm hearing that national budgets year in, year out are being allocated. The country is even borrowing, private sector is still investing, and donors are still funding, though to a reduced scale. But where is this money going? How are we prioritizing what to finance? So quoting from my initial statement about health, we can already see that investments are happening across many health determining sectors. For example, energy, agriculture, water, urban planning, infrastructure, etc. In the climate change area, we see resources are going towards, for example, climate change mitigation via energy and many other areas. However, the climate and health intersection remains
Jeremiah, I want to cut you a bit. I would appreciate perhaps if you can give us some kind of direction in terms of the funding we expected from our partners, I would say. What do we need to do? And you're right, health is everything. You know, if you, and please, everyone, play for good health. You can't do anything. Steve Jobs, he had all the money in the world, and he said, I cannot pay anybody to come and sleep in this bed. Play for good health. And Jeremiah is spot on. And what we're asking Jeremiah, this is going down. How are we going to fund such an important sector like health the way forward? Please, Jeremiah.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. So just to respond to that directly, we have heard from many foundations and many donors that there's so much fragmentation, especially in Africa. And just recently at COP30, there was $300 million, which was announced by a consortium of foundations and the big donors. And what they want to see is coordination among stakeholders, especially from the African region, where we are going to come up with joint efforts to address these problems which are actually affecting the region. But like I said before, the financing, especially for this particular area we are talking about, is really very low at this point in time. Therefore, we need to come up with innovative financing mechanisms which bring on board the public sector, the private sector, and also these donors to ensure that we are actually able to unlock more health results at the intersection of climate change and health. So really, from the donor's perspective, I think if we find more grants and more concessional financing, that will reduce the risk and unlock the implementation which is stuck in our national strategies, in our policies, and all other things we are doing in terms of planning. So, as you know, health has got a very high return on investment. We need to make sure that we coordinate in a manner which will show the direction from the African perspective. We have multilateral agencies like the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, and the GEF. They are structured in terms of the way they fund. So we really need countries like Kenya and others to be well coordinated with strategic partners to be able to unlock this. And one of the things we have been seeing across Africa is weak project proposals. So because they want bankable project proposals, so we need to work in terms of making sure that we develop bankable project proposals which can really win the funding.
Okay, thank you.
Generally, we are seeing that.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Then we'll come to back you at the second shot.
Okay.
Anne, are you still there? Bye. Anne? Is Anne with us? Okay, if Anne is there, will join us. Thank you, Jeremiah. Just hold on. Before you go for lunch, you have to earn your lunch. So we'll put you on hold. I think the point coming here, team, even the audience, and I'm going to come to you, Tonoi, now. We know the narrative. What is this we need to do? Not even more than 3 things. Hela hatuna. Na kesho hakuna hela. Tufanye nini? Perhaps in Swahili can go in properly. Just, I can see my Festus. Now, my brother, Tanui, let probably want to bring a question here, and I know you are in this space, you're doing your work, and he's working on funding and all that, isn't it? Very, very strong area. And in terms of what can we learn from the others? Those people, perhaps like, and I'll give examples in Africa. Has anybody here to Gabon? Has anybody been to Gabon? Botswana? Anybody? Gen Z? Go there. Oh my God, you just enjoy. For breakfast, it's just nice steak. Has somebody been to Rwanda recently? Right? Has somebody been to our young man, 35-year-old, in Burkina Faso? They are exporting now mchere. Has somebody been to Zim? Bridget, have you gone home lately? No. They are exporting wheat. 35-year-old. That man is always in the dress he put is bulletproof. He had 18 assassinations. The one I remember is when he was in Russia. Everybody in a suit. Is that kind of thing. Doing your work, PhD, what are the lessons we can learn from these countries? I can go down to Peru, right? You can go down to Malaysia. What is this? Tonui, ciao. Charlie boy.
Yes, thank you so much. Anne actually was online, but she's gone back, so she's likely to get back. Now, let me pick from what the panelists have also mentioned, and especially also Dr. Mshosho, in terms of, we have discussed innovative finance. But if you look at the funding gap, for instance, Kenya now, according to the UN, Kenya requires close to 12 billion USD to meet the SDGs. But what is innovative financing? And this is where I would like the young people here to come on board in terms of, let's get an example. Raising a chicken as an investment, incorporating the cost and climate agenda. If you are given a chick and raise it, how long will it take you, and how much will it cost you to break even? Do we have that data, or are we really transitioning towards that? So innovative financing is actually transitioning public finance from developed countries for development cooperation into loans and pushing into the private sector. And I can tell you for a fact, I was in February.
I think, Charles, development countries are going to reduce what is coming to us.
Yes.
They have their own. As Mo used to say, I cannot go to my house and give you the best food I have for cooking. Mm-hmm. I'm hesitant, team, I could be wrong, I'm hesitant this idea that we expect more from the development partners.
Mm-hmm.
They are struggling. They're struggling. What is this we can do within ourselves? Ujiangalia mwenyewe, unaenda nyumba kwako, watoto wanalia, wanajaa. What must you do? And what should we do as a country so that we can finance the development? That's where I'm headed.
Yes, and that is where I'm coming in, because I wanted to highlight that, because the youth have actually raised questions around, especially inclusion, and they were very focused in the previous session around the data.
Right.
Now, going forward, all the activities, and Dr. Wangwe raised yesterday, and the Treasury team, integrating especially critical or intractable global challenges, climate, risk. If we don't incorporate and account for the cost in terms of loss and the investment needed to sustain, let's say for a case of a chick, up to maybe 1 year you break even, then it's going to be very costly for us, even from the both international and domestic.
The chick, you mean the small one for the
yes,
chick?
yes,
the
the
chick,
small one.
Not the chick as a girl.
Yes, yes, because
okay.
I'm using that one because I'm using that one
They
because
say bring
in
your chick.
90s, I'm using that one because in 90s, Care International circulated a magazine called Bite Grow Magazine. And then we were using the 4K clubs and the teachers were taking us through. I remember I borrowed 1N. And close to 2-3 years, I had close to 300 when I was in grade 5. Are you seeing? And I remember traditionally, if you come to around the Rift Valley, we used to have a song for those like Chairman Flocker. We used to have a song sung by the children. Tule tule goroban korobanjega mama or ingoliel tindiret kegol bay. There are two things and they are climate focused. Tule tule means the thunder to rain and it rained on the Kisii Islands. The lightning in Tintiret used to be an indicator for the larger community all the way to Transmara that everybody prepares. So the mothers and the children, we were singing. Now, where is that intelligence gone to? And that is why we are investing a lot. I've seen the county budgets. Agriculture is receiving not more than 7%. Go to all the counties here. Yet it should be the primary, but you are putting medical services close to 30%, more than 25. So what does that one mean? Moving forward, and especially picking from here, I want to pick from where the Treasury mentioned and Mr. Wangwe. Let us incorporate those global intractable challenges, for instance, the climate risk, so that when we are budgeting 1 Kenyan shilling, let's say, for instance, you are giving the counties, you are giving 1 chick, because I think there's an initiative also going on as an empowerment. 1 chick. You have already factored in not the cost of the chick and the feeds, which is close to maybe around $48 in 6 months, but you've also costed the climate agenda inside. Then now we de-risk, especially the Kenyan shilling that you have given the farmers.
Excellent.
Thank you.
I like your point that happened when you're in the village. Isn't it? Iko huko kwa village. Even our president today, he used to say, oh, chicken. That's what he told us, isn't it? What Wamunyoro is saying perhaps is not here, not there. But you can see that growth. I think I appreciate that. How do we then get down to those people in terms of that? Anne, are you there now? Anne?
Yes, I've been here.
Habari yako wako?
Nzuri, I think there's been...
Naomba nisugumze na wewe.
Yeah, but I'm hearing there's an echo. I don't know if it's on my side.
Okay, I'll switch off the mic as soon as I've asked you what you need to do. You have been listening to all this.
It's okay now, yeah.
You have been listening to this gentleman here and Jeremiah there. What can you share with us? The whole idea is we don't have enough resources to manage our development agenda. So what does it need to do? And really, because the narrative is changing. We don't have as much as development partners which we used to have. But before you come there, there's something Zimbabwe has adopted. Zimbabwe has 4 Ps. They no longer talk about public-private partnerships. They talk of public-private people partnerships. People, they put in the P. PPP means perhaps, if you know what the PPP means today, perpetual.
Yes, I can hear you.
Perpetual pending projects. That's what PPP means. Perpetual pending project. And endelea tukusikie.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor. My name is Anne Obaye. And for records purposes, I would like to correct that I'm not Dr. Anne. I'm Anne. I work with the Water Sector Trust Fund, an agency under the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, as a Principal Program Officer, Climate Change, and also currently a member of ARIN. Just in a minute, the Water Sector Trust Fund is the financing arm of the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. And going straight to to the discussion on the floor is that at the moment, we are looking at addressing the water sector financing from mainly SDG number 6, which is on water and sanitation, and SDG 13, which is on climate action. In terms of looking at the opportunities that exist, up and above the existing donors that you have mentioned about, like in the Water Sector Trust Fund, we are actively working with the bilateral partners. For example, the government of Denmark, the European Union, the World Bank, KfW, that's the German bank, amongst others. I would like to reiterate that it is true when it comes to climate finance, Africa and Kenya is having a huge gap in terms of climate finance for the water sector, because it's aligned to the adaptation. And we know that largely in the climate space, we are suffering in terms of climate adaptation funds, because most of those institutions that we mentioned here, for example, the Green Climate Fund, the GF, among others, they're more aligned to mitigation than adaptation. And the reason being is that the talk is about bankability. The talk is about that these sectors that are involved in mitigation, they also, like, you can be able to determine the risk and be able to work around it, unlike adaptation, which mainly is results into losses and damages. Therefore, my proposal would be that one way to make the water sector a bit bankable, and I don't want to say that we can completely avoid the risk, but one thing that I would like to say is that tying into the other speakers that have been here, is that we can look at the water sector not as a standalone engagement, but look in aspects of energy, look in aspects of food security. Why do I say that? Is because the water sector is an enabler and is the center of economic development and driver. So I'm saying that if we come up with the interventions to try and attract climate finance, we look it in a way that we develop programs or projects that are tying in issues of water access, energy, food security, and all that.
Thank you.
It will be possible to justify.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Anne.
Kindly 1 minute, Professor. 1 minute.
Sorry?
I also want to agree with the issue of the public-private partnership, just to leverage on the existing little donor financing that is remaining. Thank you so much because of the time.
Thank you. Yeah, we don't have the time actually, and I need to apologize, team. We really don't have much
It's
time.
okay, no problem.
Yes, and Jeremiah, I'm sorry we don't have time. Tanui, thank you very much. Nicholas, my brother, Ater, Julius, thank you very much. Thanks, so that we can move, because we need to do the next step. We have, of course, we agree that we don't need to come back, right? What we are going to do, we are going to task Tanui. We are going to task Tanui, and we'll give him 1 year. Inshallah. Inshallah. Next year, he has a paper on that financing. Probably, let me be a bit deeper. We really don't want to tell us development partners, but what can we do? I think you started the issue of domestic borrowing. What are the areas we can? And I can tell you this something also the government is thinking, the government of the day. How can we address the issues of power leakages? I think that would help us, so that we are, because all this we have talked from Wednesday, And notice, we started with all this. Funding is never an issue. But what are we doing? How do we fund that? I think that would be important if we can have a paper. And we'll give you an opportunity to take us through, God willing, next year. Other that is, I did a project team. We can have the discussion. Mambo ya hera is very personal. So, itapatia rafiki ya kwangu nafasi atuambie ile iko mbele yetu. Thank you, Davis. And are you going to take a photo, gentlemen?
Yes, they will. And Prof, just to suggest that we should have a mini task team.
He is the chair of that team.
So a subset where participants can also offer recommendations and ideas.
Right.
Because we are all experts and we are practitioners in the room.
Right.
And with different touch points, especially when it comes to the development landscape. So there may be some funding that is coming your way and you feel you don't have either the capacity or you've heard about it.
Right.
And you can point that in the direction of the team, who can then coordinate with the interagency, coordination team to tap into some of that fund.
What I'm
because,
headed,
yeah.
When you have these conferences, let's have what I would call the technical teams. They do something and they share with us. So we come here, there's things they have looked at 1 year, and then we share, because we have the responsibility to move this country forward. We do. And if we don't develop, tutaisha. It's important we think about. That's what I'm saying. And we could have
it's perfect.
Like
no,
the youth, I'm willing to work with the youth.
Yeah.
Where is that lady?
The data and technology team,
Yes.
all those issues that
And
have
then we
come
have
up.
something we present next year.
We must report on progress
and
next
Karisi
year.
is agreeing with me. And Karisi akiandika ni sawa. Ruth is agreeing with me. Mama Gena amesema yes. Sasa mimi ni nani? You are looking with that Ruth. Okay.
No, it's fantastic. A round of applause to Prof and the team. Now, the only disadvantage we have with this panel is that in as much as they are discussing the issues, at the end of the day, what we want to see is the results. When it comes to money, you heard Arnold saying, even for the youth who will be developing apps, yeah, they are not coming to the table to do things. They want to be paid. So at the end of the day, we need to let me join this manel.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Round of applause as they exit for a job well done. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to close this session and to close the 3 days that we had. We're going to have a way forward, a quick way forward. Was there an intervention from here?
Because what is happening, we are not going to have funding from the federal government.
Okay, let me give just, and she's been quiet, so I want to give her that opportunity and chance to make that reflection, and then I'll close.
Okay, Patricia Kamene, and okay, I want to an observation. Did we have an hearing impaired here? No, and on the online, people are listening or watching online. Are we sure that we had a hearing impaired person? I'm trying to say this, that the presentation or the representation of person with disability is very down here. And when it came to panelists, I realized that there's no person with disability or somebody with an expertise when it comes to issue to deal with disability. And when the panelists were asked about person with disability issues, they weren't passionate. elaborate on it. And sometimes they're not sure of whatever they are saying, you know, and you can tell by listening to them, because personally I can tell because I use my hearing, yeah? You can tell this person, whoops, ajui anything. Okay, kama anajua ni kidogo sana, ama he or she has not interacted with person with disability. I remember when persons were asked about the accessibility of the website, you can tell, kuna something that is not happening, you know? And then what made me be sure that they don't know what is happening or their website are accessible, because Jemima asked about if they have a JAWS in their website. Do you know JAWS is a software that is in our gadgets, either the laptop or the phone, not in their website. And I could tell, oops, there's a problem somewhere. So next time when we are having such kind of conferences, can we try to be diverse, actually? Let's bring people who are very conversant with issues to deal with disability so that nobody is being left behind. And I repeat this, during the pre-conference, we had so many persons with disability. And yesterday we kept on repeating this saying that nothing for us without us. And, you know, those people who came up with the phrase, they're not here, you know. And then we came up with so many issues during the pre-conference, and they were just taken through, and not deeply, actually. And then when it comes to language sensitive, like I'm trying to say that let us use inclusive language, you know. I came to realize when you're presenting, you're like saying this or, you know, here, I'm not seeing. So I have to come to my a person who is aiding me to ask, what are they trying to say? You know, what are they trying to, you're not describing, and you're leaving some people behind. I was left behind there. So let us be a little bit accommodative. I know it's hard, but when we try, keep on trying, I know we're gonna make it. Fake it till we make it, actually. So that we make sure that next time nobody feels that we are being left behind. Because, you know, when I come to my guide here, I'm losing focus. I won't listen to whatever you people are saying. Because she had to keep on describing and describing and describing. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
That is really excellent. And there's no better way to end that conversation. There'll be no plenary, unfortunately, because you'll miss lunch. So there's Arnold from the youth and yourself. Let's choose one. It will be you, right?
I'll start dividing time. It's not fair to choose one because every speaker mentions. Take your slot. I'll give three. No, take your slot so that I'll give three interventions on that for moving forward because there is accusations of complaints, but as young people we also look for solutions. Jina langu ni Brian Kithinji kutoka hapa kaunti ya Mombasa na shirika la vijana la Umoja wa Ulaya. So for interventions for next time, I think for me this forum has not been engaging at all, and I have to say it with a lot of heaviness in my heart. We need to get a format whereby, even if it is to have breakout rooms, to enable participants in the audience. CCC Sanamu, I know government likes these forums because people can come with their laptops, wafungue tarakilishi zao, wafanye kazi zao. But we came here, angalia, me I've just come here with my notebook, notes kutoka day one, and so many people, because we want to engage in these topics. Moving forward also, let's try and have exhibition, because every speaker was speaking there to some extent out of ignorance, saying young people haven't done these things. We can bring this in, we can bring so many exhibitions to show, but we also want the government to come with those exhibitions. Zile vitu zote wamepanga na wametenda, wakuje zote tuzifanye. We can have all of them and exchange ideas. The other intervention is that we need to move away from talk, what we will do. The road to 2030 has to be aligned with funding. And I know much of us tumeongelea alternative financing ya kutoka majuu, lakini pia tuangalie kuna pesa tuko nazo hapa katika taifa letu la Kenya. How is this money being distributed? And that also ties into why shouldn't we bring more and more young people to attend this forum? We can, our constituencies want to attend, but is the government willing to support them? Because even the person that I saw, representative from the Ministry of Youth, apparently, when I look at him, he looks like, unfortunately, my uncle who promised me a job 10 years ago. But then, that was on a fun note. So lastly, let us have moderators, and I say that, let us have moderators
who are respectful and understand the topic. I did not literally, I felt very bad listening to Prof starting by questioning my sister and saying, get your facts right about AI, when even the press release that was uploaded by the State Department of Planning, it's 100% AI generated. So let's be serious and let's be honest. Let us be respectful to young people. We've done a lot. I myself have published a book on agroecology. I have a master's in research and public policy. So it's not like we are here just to represent young people. We are also professionals with a body of experience, and let's be very respectful. Thank you.
Yeah, a round of applause. Like we said, every year this forum keeps growing bigger and better, right? And you know, one way to judge how you're becoming better is, number one, we open up the space for voices, for criticism, and we can talk, we can engage, we can have heated debates, but at the end of the day, we are finding solutions, right? And you're offering very concrete solutions in terms of way forward. It's the best way, and I can assure you, and I promise you, we'll pick up on all those issues. Next year has to be even better. And by the way, it will be better even in terms of the room. We are so squeezed in here. We are all under pressure, but there was a big engineering conference we didn't know that squeezed us into this particular room. So we'll keep improving, and we'll offer those opportunities to make things better. But I'm happy. Government, civil society, the young people, the old, you know, we are all in the same room. And that's credit to the SDGs Kenya Forum, the State Department of Planning, and the Interagency Working Group, and everybody who has supported. Isn't it amazing? We should clap for ourselves. And if you felt excluded, like I said, don't sit with a burning issue, because we are all participants, we are all experts. So if you feel like your issue is not addressed, the challenge is always trying to balance, especially for me, the moderator. I feel bad because I'm one of those people who wants to open up the space for everyone to say something. But it's always so difficult because of the time constraint. But we'll keep improving and create those opportunities, especially for breakout rooms. Nakwambia hapa hakuna breakout room hata moja iko available. Even if we had wanted, hakuna. This whole week, there's nothing available. Hata tulitaka galadina hapa, tumekuwa displaced. It will not even be held here. That is how difficult the situation is. So logistically, it's a bit of a challenge, but we'll definitely make sure that we plan ahead of time and we make things better for everyone. Asanteni sana. And by the way, some of it is on a light note. You know, you don't take it too personally, especially when you're engaging Prof. Because the next minute you'll be at that university asking for, hey, Prof, do you know somebody there who can give me this and that? And then you'll be like, but I remember you from Mombasa. Huh? We don't take things personally because we are professionals and we are engaging on issues rather than personality. Sio ni ukweli, ama? So even if you're a government official or you're a civil society, you're from the UN, tugongane, lakini it's not personal. It's because we want to find a better way forward at the end of the day. I think we all agree on that. So I'm going to hand over the microphone to Director Wangwe, who's going to run the closing segment. But for me, Davis Adiano, who's been your moderator, there were some new faces in the room, but they came when we were closing. So I'm wondering if we introduce them, will it be helpful? Not at this point. They should mingle. That is the price you pay, and introduce themselves to everyone they are interested in, right? Nisiambiwe huku sema nijiintroduce. Yeah? But before I hand over to Director Wangwe, I just wanted to say, next year, June, maybe you need to mark your calendars, June 2nd to 6th, Nairobi City and Kenya will be hosting the next Global Data for Development Festival, June 2nd to 6th next year. This is a partnership between the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Diaspora Affairs, National Treasury, especially the State Department of Planning, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the Kenya Space Agency, the Kenya Home of Human Origins Project, and many other partners. We'll have representatives from 90 plus countries across the world, over 1,500 delegates, and it's going to be a festival, data and technology festival. So artificial intelligence, agriculture, health, climate, water, name it. Kenya is hosting it on behalf of the continent, and this is the third data festival. And we bid as a country, and we won fair and square. 9 countries applied in Africa, 3 were shortlisted, Botswana, Kenya, and Ghana. So, Prof, as you say, we should go to Botswana. We beat them fair and square in terms of our pitch to host that data festival. So we are doing well in many aspects. I think we all agree as Kenyans and other partners that it's just that we deserve better. So we can't compare ourselves to Somalia and some other countries in the neighborhood that small countries, I say small countries because they're like provinces. But I'm not naming names, lest I'm not allowed to fly there. And those who are claiming our ocean, we are at a different level. Nietu, sindio? Yeah, but Kenya is where the human story began. And the reason why I'm passionate about the young people talking about data and technology, the evidence of the earliest humans was actually discovered here. So when it comes to innovation, the tools that were used, how people evolved to survive, there's a lot of data and credible evidence. So Kenya, and as Kenyans, it's actually in our DNA. I think that's what we forget. Because sometimes you ask yourself, why is this tiny country in East Africa always on the global map? For very special reasons. It's because we are born with it as a country. So we are going places, and the idea would be that with the Data Festival, we have an opportunity and a platform to showcase everything we've been talking about, because all those topics will be covered there. So my rallying call is between now and June, we must see the commitments that were made. We must see the initiatives, because it will be time to showcase for the country. Sio kuongea, we have to showcase to the rest of the world the progress that we are making. So if you're interested, please reach out to me, reach out to Flo, who's a member of the National Planning Committee. The PS mentioned it in his speech, because this is an event of national importance, and we'll find a way to aggregate a lot of what we need to showcase during that amazing platform. So it's been my honor. Davis Adieno again. I look forward to continued engagement in the lead up to the next multi-stakeholder forum. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Davis, for a very good job. You remember when I was here earlier, I said there are people you don't invite, they come. You invite them, you don't put them on the program, they take over the program. If you look at the program, Davis is nowhere there, but he has been very prominent on the program. That is a very good job. Can we give him a round of applause? Davis, thank you very much, and don't tire. Don't tire for that good job. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now coming to the close of the conference. To me, in my own assessment, irrespective of some comment, I think it has been engaging, and it's been a good conference. Judging from what we had last year, even if I look at those in the room here, we are more than what it was maybe last year and then the other year. So there are improvements and improvements. And let me make one correction. This function is not a government function. That's why it is called a multi-stakeholder conference. The function has not been sponsored by government. Even the aspects of the function that have been sponsored, the aspect to do with the venue, and aspect to do with the last function we are going to have at dinner. So the people who are here, they are co-sponsors to this function because they have brought themselves here. So I'm just correcting that notion that government is not sponsoring young people to join here. We invited people to come here and we discuss the issues that you are facing in terms of addressing the SDGs. So you are here as a partner, not as a person we picked from somewhere to come here and give your ideas. Because you have brought yourself here. And even if you are sponsored, you are sponsoring yourself within a group that is known to each other. So you have actually brought yourself here to support in this. And whenever we have such meetings and there's something that require improvements, I think we make suggestions. We make suggestions that can now make us improve. And we don't get emotional. You know, some of us who are up here, we have Genesis in our houses. You know, sometimes they tell you, Dad, this can't work. But I also put down my foot, I say, I'm the dad. There are things that don't work with you and don't work with me. So let's find a middle ground. I think that is what we need to do so that we accommodate each other. There is value from the young people, but there's also value from the people up here. You need guidance. You need guidance, and we need your expertise, the new knowledge you are learning to help us also run. So we must find a middle ground so that we move this country forward. You know, I use an example that if the biggest money you have ever had on your account is 10,000, if I give you 1 million now, you will crash in the next 2 days because you will not think properly. Are you seeing? So there was one time we complained about stagnation in terms of promotions, and we had our former PS called Dr. Sambili. And he told us, we don't just promote people. You need to be well begged. And you see, being begged is that you pass through certain stages as you learn as you go. There are experiences. If you jump from here to here, in between here, you have not experienced. And that will create a problem in your life. And that's why there are certain people you might have experienced. They miss certain stages, and then at one point, they are exposed in a way they had never. Then it takes them back. So I'm just emphasizing that point so that when you come here as young people, we are inviting you so that we engage and then see way forwards as we can, so that we see how do we work together and contribute to the success and development of our country. None of us owns the country. That's true. Yes. We people who are here in those positions that we shall never be there permanent. The young people who are down there, you will never be young permanently. You are also coming up. So it's good that we talk to each other and then we do the right thing. Having said so, I think I want to thank everyone for your patience and for taking time to come to this conference. The only thing I want to say is that there are many things you have said here, you have agreed on, very good ideas and recommendations. I want to request that we don't wait until again next year, these dates. I think let's reach out to each other. There's some idea that you've gotten here, and maybe you might want to advance, and there's somebody you think you can advance with. Can you reach out? In fact, if I use the example of last year, there are people, since last year we've met today again. Since last year, to be exact, 9th to 11th December, midnight. I think that day tulikaa vizuri paka midnight, si ndio? Watu wakafunguka vichwa, wakaanza kuongea. So I think let's avoid that, because then this workshop will be useless. It would have been a talk show and it won't help us. So without, because time is also running, I think you can give us a way forward in like five minutes. Few things that we may want to follow up. Just 5 minutes, we proceed. Technology is failing you.
Okay, thank you, EPS. I think I will not spend more than 5 minutes. There's a team which has been working behind the scenes, the rapporteurs, and this is what they have been able to combine as the key next steps. But of course, we'll have a report, which will have a recommendation for each and every session. But just some of the key takeaways, I think we have agreed. I'll start with the second one. I think the first one is for each and every one of us. I know we were maybe one or two from our institution, and it would be good if we can share the information we have learned from this workshop to our colleagues and even to our other individuals. I think our EPS talked about we personalize the SDGs process. So we can also share with our key people surrounding us, not only the colleagues at the office. We have agreed, and I think this one for the interagency, it was there actually last year, if you remember, as one of the way forward as a recommendation for the thematic pre-conference, and we did not do it, and it has been repeated again. So I think that is something which, as an interagency, we need to take it this year before the 2026 multi-stakeholder conference. We have, and we can dialize, we have those pre-conference, the youth, the PWDs, and the other person, if we can. I know the resources might be a challenge, but if we can now have those pre-conference. If the resources will not allow, we can have now like intergeneration. We have a one for all those categories. I think the multi-stakeholder engagement framework, which was presented by the EPS, will ensure through the interagency to finalize and share with before the next multi-stakeholder engagement forum. The next is about the communication strategy, and I think we have been talking about it. And I think for our director, public communication, I think this one will be very critical through your directorate. If you can help us through, in collaboration with the agency, by the time we come here next year, we will not be keeping on talking about the communication. We'll have a communication strategy, and purely for the SDGs. Not maybe for the department and for the ministry. But this one's, I think we have realized there's a lot of things we need to do around communication aspect of the SDGs. The donor development partners out table, I think Chokera talked about it, but I think we also need to strengthen that round table. Establishing the strengthening of the units. I think the county government in the morning they talked about is a few. I remember, I think it's only like 3 who have the SDGs units. The rest we having the champions. And from our, I think analysis, is like most of them they are actually dormant. So I think through the circular the EPS was talking about, I believe probably this time. We can come up with an outcome document for this conference, which needs to reach out to the CSA, to the PS, and even the governors. And through that, we can now have guidelines to ensure that each and every county, they have an SDGs unit, and will prescribe, I think, what needs to be to have, or the structure of the units. Strengthening involvement of the youth in data management and use of artificial intelligence, I think in the morning. That there was a Navy after tea break discussion on the involvement of the youth. So we believe before the next, even if we just a programmer, through the ICT authority, the State Department for ICT, and the State Department for Youth, and also the KNBS, whether we can have a program, but we need to tap into the talent from the youth. We need to have something to involve the youth to improve in our data ecosystem. The capacity building and awareness creation on SDGs to the policymakers, I think that is a general one which you need if we are to enhance. Of course, the policymakers from the CS and the PS, they need to understand that the governors, but both, not only at the state, but also at the non-state actors. The resource mobilization strategy, very critical. I think we know that resources are not enough. Government has enough resources to ensure that the SDGs are realized by 2030. Enhancing our website, I think that has been repeated. For the person, I don't know whether it's a person with disability or the people with disability, but we ensure that the website we have across all the stakeholders represented here, they are disability friendly. And I think that one probably to be the one thing we'll be reporting when we come here. What is it that we have done as a key stakeholders and having be part of this forum? The capacity building of the key stakeholders, that is the conveners and co-conveners. I talked about we have these guidelines for the budget making process. And we have that paragraph on the gender responsive budgeting and the child sensitive budgeting. But you find the ones who spearhead this process, the budgeting process, which last week there was a hearing, public hearing. The conveners, the co-conveners, the finance in the MDS, and even the counties, the planning and the finance department, they are not aware what is it that they are expected to do to ensure those budget processes child sensitive, and it has incorporated the gender issues. So we might have through the interagency still, the State Department for Gender and also the State Department for Children Services. We can map with a capacity building program to ensure that before the next process of the budgeting, these key categories, those key institutions, the stakeholders have been capacity built on how they can engender and they can make the budget child sensitive. Comprehensive assessment on the implementation of the SDGs. I think we have been talking about it. Florence, the APS. We have been talking about the comprehensive assessment on the implementation of the SDGs. I think we are now 5 years. Through the interagency, we can prioritize even this one before we then get the next one. We have undertaking in addition to the VNR. Somebody talked about the Value International report. It doesn't have the county aspect. Most of if you look at what we have been doing from 2017, 2020, and even 2024. So it's good. We also broaden it and we assure that across all the sectors, including all the counties, and I think our proposal in 2027, all the counties, they've through the support of the interagency, we can help them to come up with the VARs, the 47 of them. Yeah, and I think basically, there's something down. Is there something? I think that is it. Thank you so much, APS, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Com. Maybe before we close, if you can just, Florence, a few logistical.
Good afternoon. Oh, wow. You people are not even responding. Good afternoon. No, we need to end this conference with power. Sindio? I know it's been a long afternoon. I'll just take a minute. I wanted to just formally speak about tonight. We will have the SDGs Gala night dinner. So for those who have not been there before, what happens is, of course, the essence of this particular function is for us to recognize the different categories that the interagency has. Maybe I know many of you voted, many of you were involved in the process. And so, of course, for us, the essence of this is to make sure that apart from just the conversations, apart from the peer-to-peer exchanges that happen in this conference, we can end the night on a high note appreciating those who are doing remarkable jobs, and also motivating the rest of us also to position, to pull up our socks, or to be involved in the process. So we'll be hosting the 2025 dinner, the SDG Gala Award later today. Arrival time is 6:30. From 6:30 we start arriving. The venue is Pride in Flamingo. Pride in Flamingo. So it's not this particular venue. As you've seen, this particular venue, there is a lot of exhibitions going around, so the hotel was not able to host us this year. I know last year those who were around, we were here in this particular hotel. So please make your way to Pride in Flamingo. One thing that we want to ask as the interagency, kindly, if you have registered and maybe you're not coming, please let us know. We are very tight on numbers. And then also, we don't ever say this in public, but I know you have maybe somebody you want to bring. Kuja tu peke yako. We are Africans, but it's very difficult to say such things. You know what I mean, eh? Because of course the numbers are very tight, and we are trying to make sure that all the conference participants can attend. Eh? And then also we have the awardees. Many of them are not here, but they'll be coming to the venue. So we're trying to manage the numbers. Tafadhali tuelewane, so that we don't to make it a bit awkward. Eh? Yeah, but you're most welcome. We've catered for all of the conference participants, and we are happy that you can make it, those who signed up. Eh? In case you're not sure, or you're running away, or you have something to do, please just let us know, so that we can also plan accordingly. Yeah. So see you then. As you were told yesterday, if you have a dinner dress, please feel free, or a dinner shirt, I don't know what men wear. Feel free. Yeah, if you want to dress up, we always make it, just feel free, whatever you want to do. The other thing, I'd want to request also, normally for some of the interagency members, those who can, your teams, let's help to set down here, but also to set up on the other side. So please, let's mobilize those. I only came with the ladies this time around. Saki muniachie warembo wangu ati sasa ndio wata set down na set up. You understand? So please, let's come together. If you can, join the team. That's how you know people. That's how you get to meet people. So we really want to encourage you after lunch, those who can. Kama uko na nguvu, if you want to meet the young teams, and I'm not saying setup is only for young people. Let's meet here and do the set down, and then we can also set up on the other side. Tafadhali, if you can. I'm being told somebody is selling a flight seat. Anyone planning to fly to Nairobi through Safari Link on Monday, 4:30 p.m.? There's somebody here. Please, tusaidiane, sindio? Tusaidiane. If you want a flight for Monday, because the flights have been very difficult, please, there's a contact here. Please help this person. And then my last, the name is Dr. Ngala. Okay, I don't know about how much, but okay. Please stand up. Dr. Ngala is behind there. Please look for Dr. Ngala. Kama unatafuta ticket ya ndege, please go and buy. That's the essence of the multi-stakeholder. Tunasaidiana. Hata jioni ukikaa na ule jirani wako usaidie pia vitu zingine. Yeah, and then the last announcement, I don't know if Okanda, could you stand? Did you talk about his books? Okay, please. Chair. One thing that we normally do from the forum is to really promote these young people. Like Okanda is an author, and he has his books here. And normally we tell people, if we don't do it practically, how do we then support these young people? So Okanda writes these books, and this is what he uses to support the youth organization. So he's an author, and Okanda, a very, very young guy that, if you read his books, are amazing. I've been reading his books. So please, if you can, let's promote them. And whatever other things that young people have, or whoever has, we can always be able to promote. So Okanda, in 1 minute, and then give it to the chair. Thank you, Chair. So Imelda reminds me, if you're from the Interagency Technical Working Committee, before we go for lunch, let's convene kwa hii corner. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Florence, and yeah, we can clap, please. Yeah, as she has rightly introduced me, my name is Eugene Okanda. I've written 4 books, but I've carried 2 for the purpose of this conference. I've written a book titled public speaking and communication hack. So if you're here and you want to build your capacity to speak confidently and to engage people in a meaningful way, you can get a copy for yourself. We also train young people to be public speakers, because you cannot do such kind of an engagement if you cannot communicate. So we also train young people and build their capacity to know how to communicate. So you can get a copy for yourself or support a young person by getting a copy. We also have this one, Young and Bold, 20 life lessons for under 35 on life purpose and impact. So this one is also for young people. If you're here, you want to support a young person as well, you can get a copy. Each book goes for 1,200. So you can get one for yourself and get one for a young person and support the work that we do. I'm an executive director of Inuka Leadership Africa. If you just go on Google and you type Inuka Leadership Africa, you'll see the kind of work we have been doing, and you've been existing for 12 years. And you can easily partner with us as well. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Thank you. So actually, Okanda, you can get me one. Eh? Sure. Any other one? Who wants? You see, the hands are there. Any other one? Okay, you have enough, eh? Okay. Any other person? Mheshimiwa there wants another one? Hey. Angalia bwana, nakusaidia. Aya, David is here. Na umepepa mkono wewe? Hapa Uganda hapa. Prof, you want? It was under 35. You are not under 35. Pale nyuma. Pale nyuma. Inua mkono hapo. Any other? Yeah, that's good enough. Yes. So colleagues, you remember when I was presenting the framework here, I said we want to revise it and expand it. So please, if you have interest, reach out. And I think we want to make it even better in the next presentations. We can even have researched papers being shared here, so that we are talking about very serious issues. We can turn it into something very serious moving forward. So we are welcoming new members. You can reach to me directly. I'm chairing now. It's not mine. We are co-chairing 3. I'm the chair, and then there are 2 co-chairs. SDGs Kenya Forum, and then we have KEPSA. SDGs Kenya Forum, the lady who was announcing about dinner here. She's here. Florence, you can reach her, or you can reach me. If you want my number, I don't do bad things, I can give you. It is 0722-399-680. 0722-399-680. Especially the young people who want to be engaged, please come to our offices. Let us talk and guide each other on what we need to do moving forward. We don't have bureaucracy. We might look like we have bureaucracy here. Arnold, are you here? Tell them, I don't have bureaucracy in my office. You are always there. Hey, Arnold, stand. Where is he? Yeah? Yeah, we always welcome you. Yeah. So please, come. Yeah. So I think with that, you want a microphone? You want a microphone? Kimbia hapa. You are a young person. Come running practically as a young person. Yes. 30 seconds.
So thank you. I agree. When I visit the office, the doors are always open, and it's easy to engage. I encourage other young people to do the same. And 2 more things. First, I recommend that you include sign language interpretation in upcoming conferences, because we usually do that at the pre-conference. And then lastly, also encouraging the Interagency Technical Working Committee to communicate well and effectively, because I received an invitation to give remarks. However, I found that there was also another invitation from my friend whom I assisted to also prepare that. And also, young people who participate in the pre-conference need to be facilitated to come and participate in the main conference. Like myself, I'm a young leader, but I had to pay for myself, having written to some of the colleagues in the room, not gotten a response, but also gotten a response, there being no support, unless you are in a project-based project like the Youth Sounding Board and so on. So the youth want to come, but it's structurally a bit hard again. Now having to strain myself, if it's hard for me, then imagine how hard it is for another young person out there. Thank you.
Tumesikia hata waheshimiwa wako hapa, tutakufanyia fundraising next time. Yeah. I think that's a genuine concern. Let's look at it in the next conferences. It's a genuine concern. So let us just interfere with the program a bit. We have Mheshimiwa here called, let's have one meeting so that we finish. We have Honorable Francis Peter Masara. Is he in the house? Mheshimiwa, tembea ukuje huku. Mheshimiwa here is one of our awardees. You have heard of the SDGs awardees. He's being awarded for sponsoring the National Police Service Amendment Bill at the National Assembly, and I think it's going to improve many things. I hope it also, no, nisiende huko, naweza kukamatiwa hapa nje nikitoka. So, Mheshimiwa Joshua, tafadhali. So what we'll do is that Mheshimiwa Joshua is going to help us award Mheshimiwa Francis that prize. Then Mheshimiwa Francis, you'll just take like 2 minutes. You say award. Then after that, we ask Mheshimiwa Joshua to close the conference for us. So where is the president? Who can help me in doing this? I think Imelda. So what are the protocols here? Chokera? Yes. Uh-huh. Oh, he cannot award him. I thought. Oh, okay. Oh, they are together. No, I thought these are different. Okay, fine. I'm corrected. Yeah, you use the. So who is awarding him now? Yes. We can join him, Mheshimiwa, for a photo here. Yes. A photo? Oh, yeah, yes. So thank you very much. We did that because Mheshimiwa is leaving shortly. Otherwise, the rest will be done at the dinner. So Mheshimiwa, maybe one word or two? One word or two, maybe Mheshimiwa?
Okay. Once again, let me extend my gratitude to the organizers and more so those who identify me, because at times I'm a very quiet person. I was surprised on Thursday that I need to travel to Mombasa to be awarded.
The journey of this bill started way back in the 12th Parliament. In the 12th Parliament, I was still a member of internal administration and internal security. We visited almost all the police stations in Kenya. We interacted with our officers, and one thing stood out, that there was a problem, the psychological problem. I picked it from there. I did the research, asked our people who are well conversant in that line. Then we identified the work, the role of National Police Service Commission, and we realized that that work was not part of their mandate. That's how I came up with the bill. For a bill to sail through to the level where it's being consented by the government, by the president, especially a private member bill, it's not easy. I want to thank all those we worked with, my family, because at times I was going to Kakuma to justify the reasons why I'm pursuing that line. Remember, Kenya Police for a long time was a police force until it was turned into a police service. So there are a chain of commands. There were people who were opposed to it. Some people were saying it was expensive, but we navigated through the murky waters until where the budget committee, of which I was not a member by then, approved it despite the fact it was a money bill. I want to thank my committee, the current committee. When I was re-elected again, first I was not placed in the Administration and Security Committee, I was in the PIC. But the committee really supported me. And for my passion to serve and help the men and women in uniform, they requested that I be brought back to that committee in this 13th Parliament. I want to thank also the Speaker of the National Assembly and the House Business Committee for considering my bill to be read the third time. I want to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya, because occasionally bills are taken to him and he usually rejects. But this one was signed even without my knowledge. I want to thank each and everyone participating in a special way, because this bill, the Act of Parliament now, is going to help our police officers. The main thing is going to help is, one, some of our policemen and women usually went for operation. Maybe somebody has killed somebody there. When they are brought back, they are just assigned duty without counseling. Now, it will be mandatory for the National Police Service Commission to establish such as psychosocial support and wellness centers in every police division. I thank the former chairman, the late of the Security Committee, the late Paul Koinange. We initiated the issue of funding, and right now, the National Police Service Commission every year is employing counselors for this particular work. It's not going to cost much, but it is a project which was worth being undertaken by the national government for the betterment of our police officers. After they are sending the bill, so many people have come to me that we need to include the civil servants and the prisons department. With this department, whether it's for established at the police headquarters, it's a public entity. So any other person can be assisted at that particular item. They'll be based at the police stations, but not real police station, at the OCPD's department, where it's not fully a police station, where people will be helped. Otherwise, I've also have 4 more bills. I have Marriage Act, I have NGCDF Act, I'm amending them, and I have Social Assistant Bill. In the Social Assistant Bill, there's the people who are supported by government. Every month they are being given 2,000. This has been happening long. Even when there is fluctuation, they are still being given 2,000. When I researched about this 2,000, it's when dollar was 100 bob. But at times dollar value usually goes up to 160. But these people are still being given 2,000. So we want to make it in a way that when there is there's an economic problem, their status is being also considered. In the NGCDF, what I'm trying to amend is that churches are contributing to the economy. especially on issues of education. For the Muslims, it is through madrasa. For Christian, it's through that Sunday school or the Sabbath school. So 5%, initially it was 5%, but I was advised it is now 2%. We want money allocated to each constituency. 2% of it can construct those madrasa and those Sabbath school, so that the church can and the mosque can help, can be the first class for our students before they join the formal schools. For the Marriage Act, we have women and men who divorced almost 60 years back, but they fear going to the court because of the issues of divorce. Now, I want divorce to be made simple. The churches are opposing it, but I've persuaded them. Somebody still using Peter Masara's name, but is already married to somebody. They are moving on, and she can't change this unless divorce is filed. So here is a case, because they married when they were agreeing, they agree only one day, they go to the judge, two of them, and say, we are ready for divorce. The normal process will take place, but not the way it is being done now. So that you can remove my name from your ID. I can. I've gotten a lot of support. Those who follow me on the social media, so many women more than men are supporting that. Yes. So otherwise, thank you so much. I was born, let me tell you about myself. I was born in Migori, in a slum called Oruba, way back in 1975. I went to Migori Primary, Migori Secondary, then I went to JKUAT for my first degree. I went to St. Paul's for my second degree, that's master's in leadership. And then now I'm pursuing my PhD in development studied at Daystar University. Thank you. I was elected first a councillor in 2002. When I was only 25 years, I was not married by then. I was with a party which the owner got only 26,000. In 2002, Orengo was contesting for presidency. He got 26,000 votes. Me, with this party, I got 10,000 votes in a single ward. Then I was re-elected. I became a deputy mayor. I'm the last mayor of Migori, now I'm serving second term as an elected member of parliament. Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Okay, thank you, Mheshimiwa, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Continue with the good work.
I've not said I'm married with the children.
Now, just to clarify something that in the Interagency Technical Working Committee, we have what we call Parliamentary Caucus on SDGs and business. And that is the entry point of Mheshimiwa here. So apart from him being just a member of parliament and also being in the third, I don't know whether it's the third arm of government, the legislative arm, he's also part of us in the interagency. During the opening, the parliamentary caucus were not represented, but now we are honored that Mheshimiwa is here. He will now close the function for us. So Mheshimiwa, you can close for us.
Thank you. I know we are tired. I'm going to take only 3 to 4 minutes. But before I take 3 to 4 minutes, can we all stand, please? Can we all stand? Can we all stand? And kindly, let's stand. I want one person from here. Just a name of us. Just one person here. Who? Sievuo. Yes, Sievuo. Another one here. Eh? Ryan. Rai. Rice. Rael. Rael. You have to monitor the name of Rael. Rael. The other end, Aman now. This time, Aman. Eh? Augustine. Okay, you have to monitor the Augustine. Subuo. I want you, all of you, just look at me, and I want to say something. I have a ball in my hand. I have a ball in my hand. I take the ball. I take the ball. I put at the head. I pepeta. I pepeta. So I'm Joshua Kimilu. Joshua with the ball. I put it here. I put at the head. I pepeta. So you need to say, because of inclusivity, you need to say where you place the ball. But the last person will place the ball at the stomach. Then we pepper, all of us. And we have to follow. That's okay? Okay, I'll start, then I throw the ball to the Siovua, you throw to the Ryle, then Ryle will throw to Augustine. And we are all going together. Joshua with the ball. Joshua with the ball. I put at the head. I pepper. I pepper. I throw it to Siovua.
Siovua with the ball.
Sievua with the ball. Sievua with the ball. Sievua with the ball. Sievua with the ball. I put it on my hand. I put it on my hand. I pepeta.
Pepeta.
I pepeta.
I pepeta.
I throw it to Ryan.
Ryan. Ryan. Ryan with the ball. Ryan with the ball. I take the ball. I put it on our knees. I pepeta. Augustine. Augustine the ball. Augustine the ball. I take it down. I put on my stomach. I pepeta. I pepeta. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's sit down. Let's sit down. Yeah, thank you. As I said, I'm Joshua Kimilu, and I told you in the morning I'm a member of Parliament, Kite constituency, and Masala failed to tell you that we were doing masters in the same university. So it's my colleague in Parliament, and I want just to say a few comments. Then I sit down, and we close this meeting. Good afternoon, all of you. Yeah, I'm impressed by convergence of mind and ideas witnessed over the past 3 days, content on the theme of Race to 2030, ravaging strategic partnership, collaboration, innovation, and financing. We have engaged in rich, insightful, and forward-looking discussions on sustainable development goals implementation in our country. This conference has provided a valuable platform to reflect on our progress, identify gaps, and collectively chart a broad path towards the 2030 target. From the discussion, several key messages have clearly emerged. And the first one is that we must embrace the implementation of sustainable development goals as a shared and personal responsibility. Achievement of the goals is no longer a responsibility of government alone, but rather require active ownership and sustained action from individuals, communities, institutions, and leaders at all levels. It is through this collective commitment that we will drive meaningful action towards the 2030 target. As a country, we are here from different sectors, and we have all discussed, and we have seen, and we know that we have a serious target, because it's only 5 years remaining, and we have to achieve this. When we come together, all of us, I know it is possible, and we will make it. Second, it is evident that we must prioritize quick win to celebrate sustainable development goals implementation. With 2030 first approach, we must focus on high impact and scalable intervention that deliver visible and immediate results. This call for targeted action, stronger partner, and enhance efficiency across all pillars of sustainable development. Third, partnership remains the cornerstone of accelerated progress. The race to 2030 demands deep collaboration between the state and non-state actors. Strengthening of this partnership will unlock innovation, financing, and other means of implementation necessary for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Fourth, inclusion from every angle remains a center pillar of our national development agenda. It is imperative that the children, youth, women, and persons with disabilities are fully and meaningfully involved in planning, policy formulations, and implementation processes. Their participation ensure that development interventions are equitably responsive and alleged with sustainable development goals, spirit of leaving no one behind. We must include everyone because this is a work of all of us, not for a few people. We must expand platforms that elevate their voice and unleash their potential in shaping national policy and driving sustainable development action. Innovation financing is critical in the context of shrinking fiscal space. We must therefore diversify the funding modalities, which we have discussed a lot on this forum, that supports sustainable development goals, implementation by strengthening domestic resource mobilization, expanding blending finance, leveraging public-private partnership, PPPs, and fostering robust collaboration and partnership with all stakeholders. Finally, intensive capacity building for all stakeholders is critical to strengthen sustainable development goals, mainstreaming, monitoring, and reporting. This will ensure effective implementation, enhance accountability, and fully integration of the sustainable development goals into policies, program, and projects, thereby accelerating process towards the 2030 agenda. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I know the government is committed fully to advancing the sustainable development goal by ensuring their full integration into the nation and sub-national development plans and budgets. That's where, as members of parliament, we want to assure you, because we are there, we'll also push for the budget. So when we are allocating budget, to make sure that we allocate budgets which will help on the process. Strengthening data system, which is the government is doing. And this one, last year I had a meeting with my CEO, I'm a Safaricom. I'm a Safaricom dealer, apart from being a member of parliament. So we were discussing about some of these things. But in the data, that's where the young people are sensitive on it. So we need to improve on data so that we can help in this. This year, National Sustainable Goals Multi-Stake Conference, I call upon all of us to maintain the momentum. Let us take the inside recommendation and commitments from this conference and translate them into concrete and measurable action. I conclude by saying, I wish to express my profound appreciation to the United Nations Resident Coordinator's Office and the Sustainable Development Goals Kenya Forum for the financial support, which greatly contributed to the success of the conference. I also commend the entire members of the Interagency Technical Working Committee for their extraordinary decision and commitment in organizing this conference. I wish to thank all the participants for your active engagement, insightful contributions, and unwavering commitment to the advancing the sustainable development agenda. Lastly, I wish you a joyful and inspiring gala dinner as we celebrate our sustainable development goals, heroes for their outstanding contribution to advancing the sustainable development goals. It is now my pleasure to declare the 2025 National Sustainable Development Goals Multi-Stakeholders Conference officially closed. May God bless you.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. I think we are now free. Tukutane kwa dina na mtokeleze. Anasema kutokelezea. Tokelezeeni sasa. By the way, we go for lunch, please. It's lunch. Late lunch. Baada ya hiyo tutokelezee.
Alafu kabla muende, kuna hii kitabu nimeona ikiwa mzuri sana. Na nilikuwa nataka kupromote wanarika.